I just had a caffeine fit before going live. Nothing major. It's early morning shit. Not that early though, it's 9 a.m. Shit day, shit weather outside. It's all like gray and rainy, but it's like a little too warm. You know, it's not a refreshing after rain feel, right? Where it's a little brisk, but it smells good, and no, it's like it's just warm. Shouldn't complain though, considering the date. We're watching on YouTube, maybe a bit late. It's one day before the hurricane's supposed to hit Florida, which is scary as shit. A big fucking hurricane. Okay, what are we doing today? Today we are fixing bugs, and I don't think that's going to take us terribly long. I have a list here that I made yesterday. Nothing too crazy. Some easier than others. And then we will implement an additional feature to which structure? I don't think it's here. Potion needs. Where we can specify exactly which bonus and penalty types to apply. Which we kind of already have. It's just not in the way that I want it, or at least we need to overhaul the effect types to penalize. And I might use either gameplay tags here or I'm not sure. Actually, tags would be the better way to go here. So we could do it that way. Either way, that should be a pretty easy change. I don't think it's going to cause too many issues or cause bugs or anything. If anything, we might just need to go over balance again. Well, let's start with these bugs. When jumping in lore loop to learn about dad, make separate node and make sure to mention that Spoon thinks his dad is the best thief in the business. Okay, I remember what this one was. In the lore loop, when we jump to learn about Spoon's dad, we jump to this node. The problem is, the player says, you know, why do you end up in jail if he was one of the best thieves in the business and never got caught? The problem is that gets said here, not here. So I think the easy thing to do is the more realistic thing to do is to jump to a separate node, which then just ties in. Not sure how I feel about that though. Or we just rewrite this a little bit and we, you know, he just mentions his dad was a thief, but I don't know. I kind of want to make a new node and just have it jump. But that does mean that I need to adjust every place where we jump to here. Although we kind of have a list of where that's going to happen, which is these nodes here. Let me do it. I think that way's a little bit better. Let's see. My dad taught me everything he knew. He was the greatest thief in the business. Never got caught. And then we'll just change all the nodes that jump here to jump to this one instead. Which we should be able to track down relatively easily. We have the spot where he talks about forks. Did I push my files last night, actually? Yeah, I did, okay. Which is in his fears. Okay, there's one down. Then we have one in dreams and one in anything crazy. It's here. I really love that I took the time to add this color code system. Makes it really easy to spot from afar. Okay, and then the last one would be in Dialogue 6. Here it is. Easy game. Easy game. Okay, that one should be solved. Let's see, I'll just mark all the ones that I need to solve. When going from learning about race to lore and back, remind players what they were talking about. I think that's in reference to learning about the race and then jumping to his father. I think that's what it was about. Let me see which node that jumps to. Because you kind of do it at the end here if you go through everything. Makes a lot of sense why you'd want to carry on his passion for spoons. And then we jump to node 171. Which is this one. I think it was, we were going to change it so that we would say, so the rat man So the rat man who threw the spoon in the sewage river knew about you and your dad, it seems. That should help to solve the problem. Like, oh yeah, that's what this was about. Okay, thief 2A, too many business prevent. Oh yeah, there's a typo in 2A. when talking about... Was that in Thief 2A, or wouldn't that have been in the lore loop? Many businesses prevent... Hey, in the night. What is this? This is our dialogue for lore. I'm trying to fix up some bugs. I have a bug here that says Thief 2A, which is the encounter. And there's a typo that says too many business prevent, and it should be too many businesses prevent. Never seen something like this on Unreal? It is part of the Narrative Tales plugin. This plugin includes a node-based dialogue editor. And it's really nice. It's very nice, and the developers are very active and responsive. Highly recommend. Now we're doing some pretty crazy RPG stuff with it, so it can get a bit spaghetti-ish depending on the complexity of your dialogue. Can wait for it to go on sale because I'm poor? Yeah, we also bought it on a 50% sale, so I don't know when they're gonna do the next sale, but it does go on 50% sale. I wish I could search, but I can't. I don't think I can search in here. It just says Thief 2A, too many business prevent, but I'm pretty sure it was in our lore loop where I wrote that. Many businesses prevent... Too many business prevent, there it is. Too many businesses prevent us goblins from coming in because they think we'll just steal everything. Dialogue for my game gonna be simple, so I don't know if I can use this. I don't think you'll need to. Just be thankful that your dialogue is simple, because this is an organizational nightmare. It's built for a competent, experienced narrative designer, which is not me. When talking about Spoon's dreams, mentioning Ratman as store guards locks you out of convincing him to allow others into his shop. That would be here. You have this talk with him, and then you're like, oh, well, you know, better one as a guard than as a customer in that case. But then it just kind of... it just ends the dialogue. And I think I was just going to literally just delete these three. And connect them up here. Should fix that problem. wonder if you can use custom event to clean it up a bit. Not really. There's a little bit that I can do to clean up. And we do utilize that a tad. But other cases, especially like this is, it looks really crazy, but all this is varying responses to effects that you might have on your potion. So most players will only be able to see one or two of these at a time. It's just that we have to accommodate all possibilities. So that's kind of unavoidable spaghetti. What about arrays? I don't know how you would do arrays of dialogue nodes. It's a whole custom editor, so I can't put like anything special in here. It's just dialogue nodes. Don't like that when talking about Spoon's family, it locks you out of further questioning if you immediately close it. Yeah, I don't like that either. Even though I'm the one that wrote this, I am agreeing with myself yet from yesterday. Yeah, we lock players out here. I think what I'll do instead is... using this, I'm just going to make my own custom code for this actor component to save a lot more time. I did that initially. This was kind of essentially what I used for my previous RPG, so I could, like have lines with requirements so that, lines were only shown if you had certain requirements met, so that you could cater the dialogue to the player's choices. And same with choices that you made. This was for a choose your own adventure, but it works very similarly to like RPG dialogue. And you would have like requirements or rewards based on the things you chose. The issue is that this was ridiculously complex to make this dialogue, pretty much. It was a huge challenge. And this is really simple. This is just, oh, hello, welcome to my shop. What's your story? What kind of potion are you looking for? Yeah, what are you planning to use this potion for? Okay, see ya, goodbye. But in our game, we need to have dialogue that is, like this. Lots of options, branching, saved choices. My old system could not do that shit. Well, it could, but not easily. Too many bugs. Why do I lock the player out of the family loop? What choices in here can the player make that would result in an end? The player could theoretically receive infinite amounts of spoon nuts. Sounds easy to make. Maybe just make an AI dialogue manager actor and then make an actor component to send the messages to it. Maybe it sounds easy to you. I don't know. Behind the scenes. Making simple dialogue is easy. Making complex branching dialogue like this, I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to do this in anything but a visual editor. Especially where I can make my own events and conditions. Hook them up easily. Yeah, I mean, handling all the scripting for like events and conditions, that shit's easy. I mean, that's just basic functions, but connecting the dialogue is where the organization was just a nightmare. I wonder if I still have old data. I deleted the old data. That's a shame. They do give the player the option to learn about Spoon's dad again in case they forgot anything. The only two problematic locations are the Spoon Nut. Although we can fix that. We will put a condition on here. Save choice, it'll be received Spoon Nut, because the only place that you can get the received Spoon Nut choice is by here. So if the player has not received the Spoon Nut yet, we'll play that note. If they have received it, we'll play another note that's like, no. I'm not telling you that joke again. How long is this dialogue gonna be? If you want to get through all of Spoon's dialogue right now, it will probably take about 30 to 45 minutes. Although that's me reading it out loud, right? So reading it in your head is probably a bit faster. Hey, Drumlux. Spoon? Yeah, we're doing a lot of Spoon fix-up today. Why are you making it that long? Because it is a character-driven RPG. Like, you don't read it all at once. You go through multiple encounters. Pull up the Dryo diagram for his encounter flowchart here. I think this is it. Yeah. This is the general encounter flowchart for Spoon. So you're not going to be able to hit like 2B, 2D, 3B, or whatever if you go down the 2A route. But it is an RPG. And by talking to NPCs, you can unlock additional encounters. So for instance, encounter 4, 5, and 6 will only occur... Wait, I think it's... Yeah, encounter 4 only occurs if you learn that he has lost a race to a rat man, and you offer to help him win that race again. And encounter 5 and 6 will only occur if you don't piss him off about his dreams. And then there's significant chunks of dialogue in those encounters that will only occur if you do certain things. Yesterday we were fixing up encounter 5, which has a lot of different outcomes based on your choices that you make. Which is exactly why our dialogue is so complex. Oh, I just wanted to hear the lovely joke again. And we'll do another option 4. I was kind of hoping you'd give me another spoon nut. Kind of hoping you would give me another spoon nut. I don't think we capitalize spoon nuts, do we? No, we do capitalize them. You know, I have it framed too. Where is it? It's probably gonna be a little reflecty. But here's my framed spoon nut. Someone paid me to put it in a frame, to print it out and put it in a frame. That's what I did. You'll get another nut. You'll get a. I'm gonna try to make a very light nut joke. You'll get another nut from Spoon if you help Spoon out. Take that one out of context. These nuts. We'll just do dots. And then he'll just say these nuts. Yay! I plan to make an RPG one day, but I think it's gonna be harder than I thought. RPGs are hard. They are challenging. We're probably gonna make an open world RPG in our... I mean, Cauldron Chronicles is kind of an open world RPG, but I mean more like traditional with different combat and skills and leveling up. Cauldron Chronicles won't have that. All right. Let's move on. And then we can hook these back up to where they need to go. I always want to do something like Fallout New Vegas or Paper Mario. Make sure you get somebody who is good at organizing dialogue in that case. I speak from experience. Although, I mean, you can kind of go like the Mass Effect route where it's like... There's two different, I think, methodologies for dialogue. You have like the main choices. And then all these do is like change a response. And then you just kind of feed back into the main line. Which is very like Mass Effect or like BioWare style. Or Telltales, I guess you could say too. Where it's Nothing really changes. It's just, oh, here's a different line of dialogue that matches the flavor of your response. Which I don't know, it works. We use it too. It's just, you know, sometimes that is the preferred method of doing things. Other times though, you want to have that branching, and you want to kind of expand upon things. And anytime you see the green, by the way, here, that's where we save a choice, and we might use those choices later. So like whether or not you heard about Spoon's dad, or you know about the city that Spoon grew up in, we can change dialogue based on that to enhance the level of micro-reactivity. So it's... The more you learn about the character, the more you can have catered responses for that character. And I think that's more of a just traditional kind of like the scary, crazy branching that developers are hesitant to do because it is scary. A lot of work. Just like, you know, branch. But you don't have to save all these things, right? You can just maybe save something here. You go down the line of pissing the character off and they just leave, which can happen. Here, you know, you can say, like, I don't want to provide potions to someone who robs and kills people. It's like, okay. That character won't appear again then because you've turned them down from your shop. And if you want to do that, if you just don't like what a character is, then yeah, it's like all this writing goes to waste for that player. But I think that's also part of what makes a sandbox enjoyable, is that you can make those choices. You can turn away those characters. Or they can turn you down. They can say, well, I don't like what you're saying. I'm going to leave. I don't approve of what you believe in as a character, so... Or as a player. Oh yeah, we still have to fix this bug. I kind of got sidetracked. I got sidetracked because of duplicate spoon nuts, but we fixed duplicate spoon nuts. Everything else is okay. So yeah, let's remove this condition. I'm gonna make this so it's set close. That's like a separate bug, I think, is that lore loop is enabling potion selling. I can fix that just right now by fixing up my event here. Set close visible and bartering disabled. True. The choices for an RPG I wanted to go with was all NPCs are killable. You can do things while you're talking, like shoot while talking, and finally you can pull a Deus Ex and just place a mine before talking to them. So kind of like what Outer Worlds was trying to achieve. Having all NPCs be killable, though, that's a challenge. We're going to be having that same thing, too. We're going to have all NPCs in Cauldron Chronicles can be killed or just dismissed. Loner Alchemist speedrun. NPC in my game can die. But then you can do many things with their corpses. That's pretty hot. I like that. Additions has dialogue node not played. So we'll lock the player out of going down these paths again, although there is a way to go down the father path again, which is not a big deal. Okay, anomalies. How's the day going? It's going good. Weather's shit today, but we're just chilling, fixing bugs. One's easy enough to solve. The all NPC can die. Just make the story about killing one NPC. Sparing the one NPC you find the MacGuffin. I think it's easy to make a game unenjoyable though if you can kill all the NPCs. Although some of that's on the player. Like that is a conscious choice the player is making. To be murder hobo. Can't really complain if the game is not the most engaging after you kill the one of the centerpieces of the game. And when you're making where you're rewarded from it. True. Hobo with a shotgun. Alright, I think we fixed that issue. Thief 3A, main potion response is backup response in middle. Oh yeah, okay. I know what that means. In Thief 3A... We don't have a backup response here, though. Oh, no, we do have backup response. Yeah, it's these two. Node 92 and 93. Can special enemies attack or NPC reactions from it? A lot of things to save, though. I mean, I look forward to it, but... is a challenge. Putting these down here actually fixes the problem. Don't ask me why. Okay, I'll tell you why. It's because when building responses, they take the height on the node and build the responses based on that. So putting these at the bottom of this list will actually make them appear last. Okay, Thief 3A, plants and shit, but he gives you ore, snails, and a shell. Yeah, that's right up here. I got some more plants and shit that were down there. I don't need them, but I thought you might. And then he literally just gives you ore, snails, and a shell. So I was just going to change this node to reflect that. I got some snails and shiny shit that was down there. Fuck that spoon, give me some weed. What does he give you for the good result? He gives you emerald ore, seashell, burgundy snail. Exceptional is the same things, also mint and river bream. It's a little awkward. Maybe special weapons from them. Maybe there's a spy you already know because of time powers. I mean, it all sounds cool. It all sounds cool. It's just, it's a lot of work. I mean, Spoon is by no means a complex character, but having even these encounters with all the micro-reactivity and choices you can make. We've spent so many days doing this. Then you have to test it all. Man, that's a whole different beast. So we know why AAA developers are not doing this. Because they're lazy. Not all of them, okay? I'm being hyperbolic. I kind of want to have two separate responses to this, but I don't want to have to hook these up. Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it. A lot of work, but I know this. Keep it as simple as possible and you can get it done faster. Simple with RPGs is not always the possibility. I know with like game design you can, of course, there's depth through simplicity, but in a lot of cases, if you want a lot of micro-reactivity, you just have to put in the work. You have to. There's no other way around it. But it just means AAA yawn noise. I love it. That's pretty good. Got some snails. Shiny shit. A fish, I think. And some smelly plant. Because he only gives you one shell, right? Or does he give you... No, it gives you one shell. Gives you 2 shells here. Got some snails. A couple shells. Shiny shit, a fish, I think, and some smelly plant that was down there. Perfect. That sounds like Spoon. Okay, so we do that, and then we hook up the conditions to, we take them off of here, we put them onto here. The scary thing about Spoon's encounters here is we don't even have it hooked up with any other NPCs. So if we want other NPCs to have any effect on Spoon's story, let's not talk about it. Ain't no way in hell you can keep that simple and make it as deep. The possibility may sound like a lot, but it depends on what you give the player to use to interact with. We give them everything with potions, every single thing with potions, and all the dialogue. So like 1 or 2 things, no, we have like 30 things that may affect that. Which is more than most RPGs. Thief 6, not much to talk about if you don't convince him to open up his shop to everyone. That's a larger fix. We will do that, but I'll save that one for last. Because that's a case of if you have not... You know, he tells you about his wife and kid, but if you don't convince him to do something, he doesn't have a wife and kid, so there's nothing for him to talk about, so we just skip that. And we didn't have the commemorative spoons because we didn't go down that dialogue option. And this is still only possible if we convince him to have a wife and kid and stuff, so we just get really sparse dialogue in dialogue note in encounter 6. And I wanna add some more stuff to that. In my RPG, I'm just gonna keep it simple. Yeah, you can keep it simple. I mean, I think most RPGs are just simple like that. And they're fine. You know, Skyrim is really not that complex with its dialogue and it works just fine. It's not like your perks or your skills have that much of an impact. In fact, Starfield was more deep in that regard than Skyrim was. But people regard Skyrim as the better RPG. So, you can keep it simple. The thing you need to strive for is emergent gameplay. That's what I always tell people. Very few games have that nowadays. But I'm making my game with that in mind when I create all the systems needed for it. Yeah, I think that if players feel like their choices actually matter, even if it's simple, like in Mass Effect, they enjoy that. You know, the choices in Mass Effect are just really... I don't know, what's the word to use? They're large choices, they're obvious. The small things you say in dialogue don't really matter. But players don't give a shit because the choices they make are enjoyable. Gun again, you can shoot a power box, enemy or allies. At the sound of just one gun, you can have a lot of interactions. Yeah, but that's more like Deus Ex stuff. That's really more like not dialogue based RPG, but more of just like emergent gameplay from the gameplay. Unfinished sentence in Thief 4 about him justifying not needing gold. Where was that? Here. It just says can't hire. I don't care about spoons, to be honest. Or I don't only care about spoons, to be honest, but everything else costs gold because apparently this whole world is dumber than rocks, just likes their shiny currencies. Can't hire. Oh, I think he was trying to mention that... Can't hire guards. Or, like, can't hire employees with spoons, though, sadly, or something like that. Can't hire employees with spoons, though, unfortunately. So I don't care, but I do care because others care. Classic spoon line right there. Thief 4 has all the lore loops hooked up and it shouldn't. That is true, it does. Look at that. Not anymore. B4 doesn't remember if you already greeted him. Well, we do have greeted Thief 4. Yeah, we don't save that at all, do we? Should save here. Anyways, gonna go for now. See ya. Take care, man. Good luck on your games. Greeted Thief 4 true. Oops. Don't put the slash in there. Alright, that should fix that bug. B4 neutral section outro is not being appended. But that would be on Thief 5. It's in regards to PN Thief 4. The neutral section didn't really help me, but whatever. And I was wondering if that was because we build both main and secondary potions. So I need to find that function again. I'm going to tell you guys, by the way, we also thought that writing dialogue and having all this reactivity would be pretty easy. It's not. It's not. It's easy to say it's simple until you have to do it. And then you realize that it's just sucking up day after day after day, and there's so many things to keep in mind. But that's why you prototype. That's how you learn. We learned we were wrong. Okay, story, build extra potion responses. Look at this bad boy. Without comments. Gross. Counter to check, we append both. There's our tie-ins. Oh, and we call a separate... We call a separate function in here for build effect responses. Why did it not append the neutral outro, though? Yeah, it should use neutral section exit main potion. But it didn't. We pull it from response tie-ins. So maybe we don't build it properly? Response tie-ins. Come from response core. 4, this would have been dialogue 4, so I don't, maybe we fucked it up or something? PNC4. Let's just make sure that that's set up correctly. Yeah, PNC4. Could I get that again? Could I test that again? I could test that again. Although it did have a flavor response, didn't it? Maybe because it had a flavor response, it fucked up? How do we handle flavor response? Because it's possible that it maybe didn't finish the previous functions before building the flavor response. No, it couldn't have. Let me see. I'm gonna pull up yesterday's VOD too, because I want to find out where this happened. If we can find it. Would have been near the end. It's close. This was number 10. The unfinished sentence. B4 is all the lore loops hooked up and it shouldn't. Okay, we fixed that. That was me cheating. It was here. He just says, well, one weird thing did happen. I had a warm feeling in my chest once I took the potion. And it just didn't have the outro, which was weird. Well, one thing weird did happen. And then we would have had the warmth response, which was... I had a warm feeling in my chest once I took the potion. And then it just does nothing. What potion did we give him too? Because maybe it should have had a... It might have needed a flavor response too. What potions did we give? It had 48 bitterness. Shouldn't that have had a response? Oh no, because bitterness was between 35 and 65. Nothing else was high enough to warrant a flavor response. Hmm. Well, I could try to test it again. Be kind of annoying, but we need to try it. Let me set up the breakpoints. Let's just build extra flavor responses. Hold on. Not the one. Build extra potion responses. Okay. Alright, we need to speed run making some potions for him. We need to make him the poison. And they don't need to be like crazy good. They just need to be decent. We just need to be able to get to encounter 4. And we need to talk to him about the race. Have you done anything crazy? Race down the sewage. Good point. Did you win? Really? What happened? Tell me about your dad. That how you got your name? Where's your dad? Why do you end up in jail? So some of that love for spoons rubbed off on you. You got this. Okay. Poison. Paralyze. Should be good to go. And then the second potion he'll want is the Frenzy Potion. Frenzy and Restore Health, not a big deal. That'll work. And then I think he wants a Fortify Stamina and Lightness Potion, right? It's not much Fortify Stamina on that. That'll work. Okay, here you go. Thank you for thinking of me. Frenzy, Lightness, and Fortify Stamina. That should work. That should get us to 3A. And he won't want a potion for this, so we can just kind of say sayonara to him. He should come back for the race, and then we'll help him win the race. Oh yeah, okay, we do need to hear this. So I'm locking in here. Yeah, okay. Goodbye, Spoon. Take care, man. See you soon. Let's help him win this race. I want to give him exactly the same things that we gave him previously. So I'll check the VOD for what we made for that potion. You can kind of see it. Alright, I'm just gonna put this over my other screen and I'll do it by hand here. We need this cooked. Spoon nut normal. Walnut normal. Seashell ground. And distilled lamb's ear. I do like that, by the way. I really like that we added that. I was a little worried that it wouldn't be that fun. But, I mean, we already have a use for it. The effect cancellation. So because warmth and chill are not compatible on the same potion, we take the higher tier one and we cancel out the lower tier. It's pretty cool. Now, if I were able to get Lamb's Ear with Fortify Stamina 2 and Chill 2, they would cancel each other out. Although I don't think we have them with Chill 2. No. Chill 1. The fuck? The Cauldron isn't getting reset? They're making a potion. There's also an issue that I saw yesterday with the barter info panel not being reset when opening it again. It's so weird. Alright, I'll fix that later. Who hit the beach ball over here? Which one of you animal bastards is playing with balls? Get out of here. No beach balls in my fantasy world. Alright, you got married, Spoon, I'm really happy. He mentions he'll be doing the race, of course. I'll help you with the race. Come on back. Okay, I do want to play with the beach ball, though. Spoon! Passing it to you, buddy. He missed. Alright, Spoon, here is the potion for you. Here, we'll put it in his goon cave. Bonk. Oh, I'm a master at this. What the fuck? Where's my moaning sound? It's supposed to sexually moan at me, and it's not doing it. Oh, because my volume is off. But somehow I can still hear the beach ball sound. Okay, well that's another bug I have to fix. Beach ball still makes sound even when the game is muted. Just doesn't have the sound class for sound effects applied. Nothing major. Okay, here we go. We needed to detect this. Response tie-ins. I cannot see the value. Let's see, we want to... I want to break here. Yeah, neutral tie-ins also then additionally... Neutral section intro and neutral section outro are there. One weird thing did happen, had a warm feeling in my chest once I took the potion. It's because two indices are true? Hold on, I'm being called. Hello? I'm sorry, I'm not available to speak at the moment. After 16, if possible. Today I can speak just after 4 p.m. Okay. Thank you, bye. Insurance. It wasn't a cold call, but I do actually need to speak about it. Just I'd prefer not to speak about insurance while debugging, personally. She clearly isn't a watcher of this channel. Why should I give her my time of day? Okay, so why is the successful indice 12? Response is given. What do we use the successful indices for? Oh, because we grab it from effect responses. Okay, so the successful index 5 and 12. And these would be the responses from here. Okay, wait. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is it properly combining the responses, though, because we're doing both? It should be. So there should be a total of 14 effect responses. But because it's the same thing, because it already exists, I see. It's going to result in false because the response is the same thing. It's already in there. And that way, that means that we're not building the outro. The section outro. Okay. Well, that's a really easy fix then. We just do this. And problem solved. A little bit of awkward spaghetti. But the bug is fixed. Okay, moving on. Thief 5. When asking if Stenchus would be happy, dialogue just ends. Where do we ask that? Stenchus. Oh, yeah, because continue isn't hooked up to anything. Yep. Problem solved. Bug fixed. Okay, Thief 5 final goodbyes are really sparse, needs more reflection and reminiscing. Okay. Here's the thing, we don't know what pathway the player has gone through here, so we'd have to do a pretty decent amount of branching if we wanted to enable this, which is fine, we can do that. We should do that. Yeah, we have the initial branch here for, like, oh, you helped me get my gold back from the bandits, or you helped me rob that store. What would we like to save here? What are the most important things to Spoon? I think we could do his dad, the race. We already have info on the end here with his wife and kid, if you helped him with that. So I'll put wife and kid here, but we have that one solved. We have... What do we have? We could just pull out all the stops here. We could just take all the minor details and reward the player for that. So like understood that hands are spoons. Received spoon nut. Stenches. Gossiping goblins if we want to go down that route. Commemorative spoons. That was another one. We have 56 choices that get saved with regards to spoon. Learned that Spoon hates sporks. Okay, we have to save that one too. Should we save a separate yeah, we should save a separate choice for if you promise to tell Spoon that if you ever learn of the person who makes sporks, that you'll tell him so that Spoon can kill him. We 100% need to save that. Promised Spoon to find inventor of sporks. Those are in his fears. If I ever learn that person's name, I'll pass it along to you. It's so stupid, but I'll do it. Beautiful. Okay, promise Spoon to find inventor of sporks. That'll be in the final goodbyes too. What else do we want here? Convince Spoon to ask Shu about Rake. We could. Killed bandit leader with potion. I don't think there's any way that you can reach encounter 5 if the bandit leader died. Right? Or is bandit leader dying? Does that go to encounter 2D? Thief alive. Thief wants to do business. False. Oh no, that's 2C. 2D is kill bandit leader with potion. So you could get to that. Okay, we can do that. Where is it though? Kill bandit leader with potion. Murder spoons. Spoon will bring book about spoons. We don't have the book yet. Yeah, okay, that's enough. That's enough things to remember. Okay, we've had some adventures, haven't we? And this is where we will do a split. So we'll start with... You know, first you help me get all my gold back from the bandits. I'll never forget that. There needs to be 3 things here. We need to do a stage completion false rule for 2A. Although I kind of need to check if we... I need to check that condition real quick. It's possible that it would check for... Checks completed stages. Not discarded stages. Yeah. Okay, so that's okay. That's working as it should. So we'll do a third option. So it'll be like, even though you got that bandit leader killed, you did help me rob that store afterwards. Appreciate you helping me get to that scenario. And then that needs to take into account kill bandit leader with potion. Condition, save choice. Kill bandit leader with potion. True. And this one will be false. Okay. Sorry about messing up that initial potion, poison, potion. This is more like the ending for it, because it's about his wife and kid. So I think afterwards we need to jump into... Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If we do something like this, right? Based on 3 different things. We have like understood that hands are spoons, receive spoon nuts, stenches, gossiping goblins, right? Each of these will have, 3 of these are going to have these 8 possible outcomes. True, 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 false, 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 true, false, you get what I'm talking about. So we could go down this route where we write combinations. It's a bit of work, but it would mean that it feels more connected rather than disjointed. Yeah, I do like that. I think that is better. It's just more work, but it's better. We'll put a blank dialogue node then and pull this down to get some space. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Three conditions, all saved choices. We have understood that hands are spoons, received spoon nuts, stenches, gossiping goblins, commemorative spoons, learned that spoon hates sporks, promised spoon to find inventor of sporks. I think we'll do gossiping goblins, stenches, and understood the hands are spoons first. So these 3. So I need their IDs. Okay, understood that hands are spoons. Have heard about stenches. Knows about how goblins treat gossipers. True. 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 Alright, then we'll copy these conditions and we'll paste them into all the ones below. And this bottom one here is just going to be all false. But it's going to be an empty node. And what should happen is that narrative will skip empty nodes. So if they're all false, then we don't really have anything to say. And we'll move to the next batch. And hopefully that will work. I hope to God. I could test it. If we take Dialogue Thief 1, and we just put a whole bunch of empty nodes here. Look at it. We'll see if that works. Yeah, it does. It skips through them. So theoretically that should work. So true, true, true. True. False. True. True, true, false. False. True, true. False. False, true. False, true, false. I think I missed one. True, false. False, true. False, false, true, false, true, false. We're missing true, false, false. Yeah. Okay, so now we can, based on these three things that the player might know in any combination, we can write something a little bit more unique for these and deliver it to the player based on what they've understood. Otherwise, if they're all false, we just go to empty node and then we'll go to a we'll do the next check essentially. So this we leave empty, we put the checks here. That way I just have, you know, one set of outputs. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be a little bit of work, but you know, it's the final goodbyes. This is where, you know, you kind of get rewarded in a dialogue way for all the knowledge that you had about the characters, so I think this is worth putting time into. Okay, so if the player has understood that hands are spoons, they've heard about stenches, they know about how goblins treat gossipers, what might spoons say? You've also been a great conversational partner for Spoon. You've heard of the wisdom and mercy of our almighty Lord and Savior, Stentius. And had no problem understanding how our hands are actually spoons made by the divine gods. It's very epic music for talking about how hands are spoons. I can also trust you not to go around spreading rumors, just as I would trust any of my fellow sewer goblins be afraid of the judge. Okay, what is next? Same thing, but we don't know about Stentius. You had no problem understanding how our hands are actually spoons made by the divine. And he trusts you not to go around spreading rumors. Hands are spoons. False. This one is only knowing about There's a spider on the ground. There's a spider on the ground. I keep my windows open at night to cool this the office off. So there's just a lot of bugs that get in here. Pet this, yeah, there's like a, I don't know, it's like a, not a stink bug, but it's like a. If I look up a stink bug, you'll see the one of these. Fucking annoying. And if you kill them, they smell like, they just smell bad. Yeah, I had one of these, one of the stink bugs, and I had a seed bug in here yesterday. As I was leaving, I'm like, whatever, just, I don't know, find someplace to cozy up at night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. As long as they're not a bunch of bugs. I had it was a large house spider. I've never seen one before. It was a giant house spider. Yeah, one of these. It was a lot bigger than I thought it would be. 1.9 kilometers an hour. What they have the speed of this thing? Yeah, it was about this big, I think. It was a lot bigger than I thought, and I was just like, you know, it freaked me out because soundproofing foam corner. So I had one of these corners laying down, like with the ridges on the ground, and I was picking it up to put it on the wall. So I just pick it up and I turn around, this spider just crawls, and this pretty large spider, and I'm just, you know, it freaks me out just because it was the last thing that I was expecting. And then the moment I was like, oh, it's just a large spider, I'm like, oh, I need to bring this thing home. I need to show my fiance this, because she fucking hates spiders. I love spiders. So I spent, it was really fast. It was really fast, and I was just trying to corral it into this tiny, like, homemade home from a box that I had lying around. But he was cool. He was cute. He was very nice. He had these, exactly these markings on his abdomen. For the longest time, I was trying to figure out what kind of spider it was, and then I was just, oh, it's just like a giant house spider. He's pretty cool. There were 100 or more, I'm getting the fuck out. Yeah, it was just, thankfully it was just this one spider, but I let him free in the bushes somewhere. Hope he's doing well. A wolf spider. I've only seen a couple of wolf spiders. Wolf spiders are cool. Look at the cute little eyes. He's a handsome boy. Hell he is. Zephyrus, how you doing? I don't know where the bugs went. They were crawling around yesterday. I don't see them anymore. One time when I was streaming, I don't know if you guys were here for it, but there was a spider that just fell from the ceiling, like right here on the thread. I love spiders, but sometimes they scare me just because I don't expect them. And I'm like, oh, thank God, it's just a spider. Hey, Citizen DJ, how you doing too? Good, how are you? I'm doing pretty well. We're fixing up dialogue bugs today. And I'm trying to expand the responses of the final encounter that you have with Spoon, based on a variety of different flags that might be set. So it's a bit more personalized. Yeah, and these are all false, so we just skip past it in that case. We don't play anything. Then we need to have, I'd like to just have some responses here. Not on the last one, though. And then this will lead to... blank dialogue node. where we will then do... Okay, so we have these three. We have Gossiping Goblins, Stenches, and Understood That Hands Are Spoons. And then we'll do... Yeah, we'll do a spork. We'll do sporks. We'll do sporks. So whether or not you learned that Spoon hates sporks, and you promised to tell Spoon if you ever find the inventor of sporks, or not. So that should be 3. 4. It's either true, 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 false, false, true, or false, false. Okay, learn that Spoon hates sporks, true. And then promise Spoon to find inventor of sporks. True. Because he wants to kill the inventor of sporks. He fucking hates sporks. And I will be adding the character, by the way. I'll be adding the character, and he's gonna mention offhandedly in like his lore that, like, you know, oh yeah, and you know, I've tried to help the nobles and such with, you know, why have spoons and forks when you can have a combination. So I've spread my invention throughout the realms, and then you can tell Spoon, like, hey, I know who it is. And Spoon like, okay, give me a potion. I'm gonna go fuck this guy up. Okay, false, false. This needs to hook up to here. So this is if you've skipped all of the all the optional dialogue, none of these are true. It's just gonna go here to here to here to here. This one will remain empty as well. And then we'll have to do a check for whether you've received Spoon Nut and talked about commemorative spoons. A lot of dialogue checks here. And then we can edit with like the race and Spoon and his wife and kid, right? I think that's what we'll do. I could also go back to Dialogue Thief 4, where you mention his dad, or was it 6? I think it was 6. No. It was... I thought it was 4. Is it 5? Maybe it's 3A and 3B. Oh, yeah, because you can... You can tell, you can tell him to get his dad a commemorative spoon with a picture of a jail etched in it as a gift. You could bring him the largest ladle you can find, maybe even large enough to sleep in. Or you could bring him a bowl shaped like hands, which are of course the most genuine of spoons ever made. And that assumes that you understood that hands are spoons. So I was thinking that we could save that choice, and so that spoon could mention it here. Like also, you know, I'm thankful that you helped me with my dad in jail, and that I was able to give him the ladle that was used as a bed, right? Or the commemorative spoon with the picture of the jail etched into it. You know, like gift shop spoons. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Gift shop spoon. Like these. Exactly like these, except instead of saying Portland, Oregon, which is about as bad as a jail, it would be the Gollum Stone Jail. Oh, fucking Spoon. Spoon and his commemorative spoons. Look at this lady holding her spoon. Her vintage souvenir Switzerland spoon. She's so happy about that. I mean, I'll tell you what, the older I get, the more I appreciate spoons like this, to be honest. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so we'll have response here. Response. Response. We'll have another blank node. The thing is, there's actually multiple. There's received spoon nut, and there's... It can teach you how to find spoon nuts in the wild. Although I don't know if we save that information. Know how to find spoon nuts, true. Okay, so we do. Receive and give nuts. Receive spoon nut, know how to find spoon nuts. So what we'll do is we'll do one set of dialogue for the commemorative spoons and his dad. We'll do a separate one then for spoon nuts and know how to find them. And then we'll finish with the race and his wife and kid. Okay. And we'll fill these in once I get the logic set up. Air pressures. Hi, today I need some medicine. I think players will appreciate this, though. Okay, first one is commemorative spoons and his dad, right? Yeah. What are the save choices for this? We need to add some, actually. Three more choices. Spoon gave Dad a commemorative spoon. False. Spoon gave Dad ladle. Bed. And Spoon gave Dad hand bowl. Let's hook these up. We need to hook them up into 3A and 3B. Yeah. I'm trying to think of this here because I feel like this is. Oh no, I know what it is. Where does this jump to? This jumps to 69. Nice. Yeah, it jumps here. Problem is we don't save the choice there. We need to, okay, hold on. One thing we need to do is move this from here to here. Fix a bug and remove it from here. Unrelated, but that fixes a bug. Okay, and then we will put a saved choice. Spoon gave Dad commemorative spoon. True. Spoon gave Dad a ladle bed. True. You can only go down this pathway once, so only one of these will be true at any point. And there's no way to get around that. Spoon gave Dad hand bowl. You can bring him a bowl shaped like hands. I pitch this game to investors, or to publishers, by the way, as a like mature, serious, deep, emotionally complex game where like the stories we can tell can be, very, very human and relatable in a way that is like you understand the emotions behind things. And then if they play the demo, they just have Spoon. God damn it. Damn it. What have I done? He's just not a good example. We need to add another NPC that is actually serious. Want to make you bitches cry. Okay, that looks good. Let's fix up 3B as well then, because we have the same thing here. Alright, let's copy these. Copy. Paste. Same thing. And same thing. Beautiful. Alright, we can close these, and now here we can use these for the commemorative spoons, or no, these are for Dad. No, this is for commemorative spoons and Dad. Oh, the player would have to know about Spoon's dad. Hey, Lazarla. Commemorative spoons and Dad. Does the player have to know about Spoon's dad in order to have the conversation with him in 3A and 3B about his dad being in jail? Yes. It does require that you know about Spoon's dad in full. Okay. Which means commemorative spoon dialogue you can get without that. So yeah, we only need to check 2 things here. Although there is a slightly weird combination of things. First is commemorative spoons. Spoon sells commemorative spoons. And then we have the 3 new choices related to his dad, which is Spoon gave Dad a commemorative spoon, Spoon gave Dad a ladle bed, and Spoon gave Dad a hand bowl. However, only one of these can be true at a time, so we have how many combinations? We have 2 for each. There should be 7 nodes here. 4, 5, 6, 7. Choice number 1 is Spoon sells commemorative spoons. True. And Spoon gave Dad a commemorative spoon. true. Wouldn't we need to hold on, would we? Hold on, let me think here. No, we should be able to do true false. False true, I'm sorry, false true. Yeah, I'm doing it right. I'm doing it right. I'm losing my mind here. Already. Not even noon. We then need to do Spoon sells commander of Spoons true. Spoon gave Dad a ladle bed. And then again, we do false true. And then we check the hand bowl. True, true. False true. And then finally, we could just do a check on all of them for being false. Because otherwise one of these should trigger. This game is going to be really boring if you don't talk to NPCs, I'll tell you that. If you do not like talking to NPCs, you are not going to get much from this. At the very least, you can rest assured that it is all written by hand. It's not AI written. And hopefully a crude, slightly racist sewer goblin is not too millennial enough for you to be turned off from a prototype. Alright, we'll have responses to each of these then, except for the last one like usual. Compile and save. Okay, spoons. Commemorative spoons are handled. His dad We then need to do spoon nuts. This will just be another 4-tier one. Two, oopsies. 3, 4. Yeah, let's see here. Receive spoon nut. Ears know how to find spoon nuts. Not it. Alrighty then. Crash the engine, why don't we? Blue Dick Boy. He's our man, our mascot. I am 60% sure that this does not appear when like publishers launch the game. I think it's just for the editor. 55% sure. I hope to God he doesn't show up. They have no way of knowing about Blue Dick Boy unless they watch the streams. Which, again, I hope to God they don't watch the stream. I forget where it gets set when you load it up. Not like editor, is it? Image. I don't remember where that gets set. For the sake of sanity, we'll pretend that the publishers don't know anything about it. Okay, we need 1, 2, 3, 4. We have received spoon nut. Know how to find spoon nuts. Okay, there's 1, there's 2, there we go. So this will be true, 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 false, false, true. And then false, false. Really? Now this is gonna be really fucking boring if you don't talk to him at all. Because the dialogue's just gonna go through nothing, 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 nothing. And then he's gonna be like, see ya. Goodbye. I say boring, but it's actually more like he'll just really just turn into a default NPC. Like if you were just playing a shopkeeping game and some goblin came in and said, hey, I need this potion. Okay, thank you, goodbye. That's really what it just turns into. Most people nowadays don't even bother reading games, let alone go through dialogue. Some people do. I mean, you aren't wrong. We just need to market to the people that do want to go through that. The people like me who, when they download like a new DLC, like let's say the new Starfield DLC, they read through that dialogue. They look at the lore. It is a niche. I think that one way that we can, you know, my attempt, my hope, I don't have any proof of this being the case, is that by showing players that the things they say and do matter, we can cater to the audience that like to play Telltale games, that like to play BioWare games where they feel like their choices matter, rather than just, oh, this is optional dialogue, so it will mean nothing. Well, no, in our game, optional dialogue does mean things. You can unlock new parts of the game through optional dialogue. Clearly, I think if people care about the characters and the story, they will read it. And I think that the percentage is larger. I just think that most games, people don't care because the game hasn't given them a reason to care about optional dialogue or the world. You know, Mass Effect, you go through optional dialogue because you like the world, you like the characters, the world building is good. That's another example. You know, Baldur's Gate 3, a lot of people went through optional dialogue because they liked the characters. They wanted to romance, they wanted to learn about them. I think there's maybe an equal effort of, we need to not only make sure that we do that properly and do it well, but also that we market it as such. That our game doesn't just have a lot of dialogue because, I don't know, we hired some writer who liked to write lore and just put a whole bunch of lore into the game, but also that, well, also you can unlock things. You can piss off a character by just simple dialogue, and they will never come back. You can change their fate based off of these things. I feel that if I add certain things within dialogue besides just player agency, like secrets or things that will tie in with gameplay, like combat progression, etc., this might also motivate people to pay attention. I agree. Sorry. Yeah, I agree. We're trying to do the same thing too. I think it's a lot of work as we're learning. You know, I thought we might like, oh, we can just get away with one writer on this game. Nope. We're gonna need more than one. We're gonna need at least 2 writers, full time. Just, you know, just constantly saying, okay, we can branch here. We can also branch here. Just branch. You know, and put in something meaningful to that. Make people read again. I agree. I absolutely love that idea. I miss being immersed in a game so much that I care about optional dialogue. I loved that in Mass Effect. It was like, no, no, I have to ask them everything because they might say a funny line. Garrus says a joke or something, or Tali is Bay, and I want to stick it in her, so I want to like talk to her and learn more about her. I need that. I think for me though, it's usually, and I'm not. I don't think I'm the average here, but if I don't care about a character, I usually don't give a shit about their backstory. Like it doesn't matter. But if I do feel like what's the word way I can put it? Yeah, I mean I can't stop that. I know that I'm like that, and I may not be the average here. I might be the average. Maybe it's because a lot of times, like Astarion in Baldur's Gate 3, I didn't give a shit about him. He was a prick. He was an asshole, he's a prick. I don't care if he has a vulnerable side. I'm not some needy 12-year-old who thinks that having a vampire femboy boyfriend is cool, okay? I had my ladies, we got along just fine, we had fun, I had a good group. I didn't care about Astarion. However, if caring about Astarion meant that I could get some things for progression, or that I might be able to, I don't know, if I just knew that talking to him and going through his backstory would unlock things in the story and potentially new areas or encounters, I might do it, right, for the content. If, for instance, talking to Karlach would open up a separate area of hell for you to explore, that would be cool. I would do it. And I do care about Karlach, but if I didn't care about her, I might still do it just for that. So, I think with our game, it's more of like, okay, you might not like this character, but you have a job. How do we make you care enough about your job? Sure, you can just turn down a character, but let's give you some reasons why you might not want to. Either if it's just for gold, or because there's maybe something to gain from it, either if it's knowledge or whatever. We'll see. We'll have to see how playtesters react to this. But it might just end up being, yeah, I don't care about this character, so I don't care about their backstory. Which is what it is. Okay, we did spoon nuts. The last thing would be about the race. We already do branching on the race. I think what I'll do is just whether or not he won. And we'll just kind of simplify it to either he's sad because he didn't win for whatever reason, whether it be that he was disqualified, that he lost, or whatever, or he won. So it's just win or lose. Where is that? Spoon wins rematch race. Condition, save choice. True. False. This is a bit long-winded, though, I will say. Although that I think if a player cares enough to learn this much about Spoon, they would prefer to have a long-winded goodbye to have closure than to have too little, right? I don't know about you guys, but when I play a big like RPG like Mass Effect, like, you know, Fallout New Vegas had this as well. Baldur's Gate 3 didn't have this initially, was like an epilogue, was closure. Like, okay, I just spent over 100 hours with these characters, you know, in this area of the world, of this fantasy world that you spent all this time building up, and now what the fuck happened? Like, what happened to my companions? What happened to the world? I hate that. I fucking hate that in games. Like, okay, ending. See ya. Goodbye. Like, well, hold on a second. They build you up and then they just let you go. Okay, I think we've gone from this small little section for final goodbyes, and now we have this big section. Much better. All right, let's fill these in. We have a lot to fill in. Yeah, that is everything. And that'll fix up that bug, and then the last thing we have to do is just expand Thief 6 a bit with a couple new sections. Then we have 3 bugs here, and then if we have time left, which we should, we can implement that feature I talked about yesterday. And do a little bit more bug fixing. Okay, I imagine some of these responses could be similar, so we don't have to write unique ones for each. You've also been a great conversational partner for Spoon. You've heard of the wisdom and mercy of our almighty Lord and Savior Stenchus, and had no problem understanding how our hands are actually spoons made by the divine. I can trust you not to go around spreading rumors, just as I would trust any of my fellow sewer goblins to be afraid of the judge. Do we want single response and then into the next thing, or do we want to... We want to have a couple of optional responses here. We have 3 things that can be true or false. Maybe we can have 3 separate responses based on these, so... Let's think of it this way. We understand that hands are spoons. We can say, I'll never look at my hands the same way again after talking with you, Spoon. Hey, True Nightmare. Happy Wednesday. some Discord updates. Okay. New indie publisher run by former Humble Games leaders. Combat designer I'm working with sent me this. New venture from the team behind Humble Games. Interesting. Actually see narrative outside the demo. Yeah, there's a lot of it. There's a lot. Here's all the lore you missed. You missed a lot of it. But it was informative. Looks simple. It's simple to use. Hard to organize. No, it was informative to see somebody who didn't know what the game was like to play it, and I think that you played it exactly like how I would play a game. Whereas like, oh, NPCs, okay, optional dialogue, yeah, fuck that, not gonna mean anything. You know. We were just talking, before you joined, we were just talking about that, actually, about how we could, you know, both market the game to people in a way that help them to understand that optional dialogue in this game does matter, and how do we make it matter. Because if you're like me and you play, I don't know, if you played Skyrim, because we're listening to, you know, music from Elder Scrolls, right? If you don't care about a quest or a character, you're not going to ask them optional dialogue. I think in most cases that's true for most players. Because it never matters. It's you get quest gives you objectives, you do objectives, you finish quest. And if there are any optional objectives, it says so in your quest log. At no point is, as far as I know, is that ever not the case. And because of that, I think that the games like that have taught players that if it's not in the quest log, it does not matter. That there is no other way to do something if it is not stated here. Now, I think that Larian has done a little bit better job with that, with like their what is it? Their you know, like in Divinity you have, and same with Baldur's Gate actually, you have the like the journal of events. So it's, you don't have a quest log, you have a journal. Baldur's Gate journal. Yeah, exactly like this. And I've always loved this about Larian Studios. Where it's like, it just journals what you've done. You have like some base objectives, but then you have, oh, we've reached the Steel Watch Foundry or something. And I think that incentivizes players to try things because they aren't just spoon-fed objectives. I think I've seen in all games BG3 included, there appears to be a topic tree inside convos. I wanted to ask about us. Yes. Yeah, I agree. And we do have that. We have that with lore. So if you go into a dialogue, you'll have like a... Can I ask something about you? And then we have the personal questions, and then that jumps to the larger loop for lore, where you have the base questions here. Only use the journal system BG3, but I do love it. Yeah, I think I talked about this a couple years ago with a friend of mine who he writes LARPs. So he's a 3D and 2D artist. He has he's really good with level design, and he writes LARPs. So he's also has this like game design / narrative side to him too. And He and I work really well together. If I could afford him, I'd buy him like a slave. But we were talking about like Divinity Original Sin 2 and its journal and how it worked very similarly. Where it's like, okay, the Shriekers, we destroyed the Shriekers. The Purging Wand is working, we destroyed a Shrieker by removing all source. Like, it's literally just a list of journal events. And I think that really just, if for a sandbox game, it just incentivizes you to try things. And if it gets added to your journal, then it's somewhat relevant, right? So, yeah, I do like that. Because I hate how Skyrim and Fallout say, find me an item in a comic book shop, and it just points to the item rather than just the shop. Yeah, I also don't like that. Like, they're really good casual friendly games, but they're just so brain dead because I know that whatever it says in my objective list is what I am supposed to do. And I'm gonna have a hot take. Starfield's new DLC had a quest give you a music box. And it was just an item. It was, oh, here's my music box, you know, thank you. I can't listen to it anymore. It just brings up bad memories. It's not in your quest list, it's just in your miscellaneous junk folder in your inventory. But you can open it up and you can play it. And then in a future quest, you can solve it in a way by playing that music box to help a spirit, a restless spirit, essentially. And it doesn't tell you this. It's not in your log. It just says, find a way to deal with the spirit. And you can just kill the spirit. Like, it looks at you, it has a health bar, and then it attacks you, and you kill it, and, you know, quest over. But for whatever it's worth, Starfield's new DLC did have a quest where it went against traditional Bethesda wisdom for quest design, and I really appreciated it. I think most games do this because most people who play games are casual, so they don't like to explore, let alone read to get the direction where they need to go. I think I don't know if most gamers are casual. I think most games are being targeted to casuals because it is a larger, it makes it more mass appeal. Hardcore gamers can play casual games and still enjoy them, even if they prefer to be more hardcore. But casual gamers usually don't tend to play more hardcore games. Maybe. That's just my theory. Most gamers are impatient. I think most gamers are just used to being spoon-fed. That it's literally just we just keep dumbing down gamers and players by spoon-feeding them everything with like tutorials that like click here, point here, do this, do that, rather than just rewarding discovery. And Elden Ring is a good example of a game that removed those breadcrumbs from players in a lot of cases. And then Ubisoft developers were shitting on Elden Ring for its lack of hand holding. And it was beautiful. It was beautiful. Elden Ring Ubisoft. The fact that Elden Ring scored a 97 Metacritic is a proof that reviewers don't give a flaming poop about game UX, nor PC graphics stability. I mean, it did have some performance issues, nor quest design. Yes, because God forbid if you aren't being fed this, then it's not a good game. I would love if there were characters' favors on the journal events. I am clearly evil would say something like, we destroyed the barrels. I'm sure John will be pleased. Here's a side quest and it's not critical that it needs to be completed. I don't like things that say side quest and main quest though, if you ask me. I personally don't like being shown this is the main quest, this is the side quest. I'd rather not really know. Like, who knows? Who knows what's gonna push the main story forward? needs to double stack the MMO hotbar. You're right. It's not enough. It does have the DPS calculator though. Yeah, not casual. Most people are not patient, just like MMOs. Most people don't play them to enjoy the journey of leveling. Most just want to get to the so-called end game, yeah, so they can do what? Complain that they have nothing to do, but yeah, people forget that games are meant to be a journey you enjoy, not a destination. Yeah. I think what I enjoyed most about Elden Ring is that you don't know what to do next, but you're never... You do, right? You do know what to do next. You have the big set pieces of where you know that you need to go next. But that in some cases you can skip those places entirely. It's a game where, I'll put it this way, you don't necessarily know what to do next, but you're never out of options of what to do next. There's always something to explore, always something to take you a bit further. And if you do explore, you might find ways to go around content that you thought you needed to do. If you're doing your story correctly, it should be obvious what quests are story related. Yeah, I think so. Ubisoft don't know how to make games. The last 5 years have shown that. Yeah, they don't really. $25 deals, he just skipped the end cutscene and roll credits. Star Wars Outlaws is a good example of they just have... They're literally like, okay, build a world. Okay, what do we fill it with? Let's design 5 types of points of interest. You have Imperial Camp. You have a platforming puzzle. You have like household with NPCs. And then they just, okay, now just each region needs to have 10 of this one, 5 of this one. There, game done, easy made. Star Wars Outlaws created. And they don't actually think about, okay, you know, and I think with Elden Ring, where you have, it's like, okay, we have this big thing, you know, this big set piece, this big area. What do we put in here? You know, maybe there's unique items, maybe there's a couple of bosses, some hidden areas. You know, it's more about how can we make this place memorable rather than how can we fill this place with content. Checklist games, yeah, that's a great way to put it. They are checklist games. And, you know, it was kind of fun with Far Cry 3 when it came out. And then the formula just got reused. I mean, funny, I just ran into Hogwarts Legacy. That is a checklist game, too. I had a quest to talk to an NPC, so I went to the NPC, but I couldn't talk to them because I missed the trigger outside, which I needed to activate first. I liked Hogwarts Legacy. I think that it was just not a memorable game. The most I remembered actually was Sebastian and the Slytherin storyline. I think that was absolutely the best of the 4. Also, it 100% was the most immersive, best feeling Hogwarts and Hogsmeade ever made in games. Like, they absolutely nailed the feeling of exploring Hogwarts. Just finished the Relic for his quest. I don't remember where that was in his quest. Yeah, environment's great, but here's another druid puzzle. Fucking horrible. Very, very, very checklist game. Yeah, the Sebastian storyline was great. All the other characters were just kind of fucking forgettable. So I mean, it's the end, but I don't know and don't want to spoil it. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it. All I can say is I like Sebastian and whatever his friend was called. I forget what it was. Here's another 100 puzzle. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy map. If you have to look up a map and you just see this on it, just leave. All these stupid fucking leaves. It's literally that they just put that there to have a number. It means nothing. It's just, like you said, it's a checklist game. This means absolutely nothing. Yeah, those trials. And you know what? For as much as I love Witcher 3, it had the same problem. Same fucking problem. Here's another cache to check. Another cache, another monster nest. Throw in a grenade. And it just didn't mean anything. Like, even if they put just a simple quest of like, oh, there's a village nearby and it's being raided by monster nests, you know, go destroy the monster nest. At least there's something. Witcher 3 did have good side quests though. They were very formulaic, but the formula was good. Should have been adult age wizards because their actually player base is 30-somethings women. Blind dude was an ass at first, but I grew to like him. The blind dude. Oh, that was yeah. Sebastian is friend. Like, actually, I really like the Slytherin storyline for Hogwarts Legacy. Actually, well written. Then when I found them because storage space, right? Still playing Hogwarts and I avoiding chests in the open world because it's all armor worse than I've got. Yeah, it was the same thing too with me in Witcher 3. This was just a waste of time to go to all these locations, but I felt like I needed to because I'm a completionist. And if your game, for me as a completionist, is not fun to complete, then I don't like it. One of the few games as a completionist that was fun to 100% was Ghost of Tsushima. Because it felt like all these locations actually had... There weren't too many. This is not too many. And this is like the whole game. And most of these they do boost your character, like they give you additional unlocks in some way. So this was actually a fun game to 100%. And it shows in the PSN trophy percentages. How can I find a trophy tracker? Trophies, PS5. Went past it. Went past it again. Ghost. Where's percentages? Leaderboards. It doesn't show it. It's really high though. It's like over 20% of players have gotten the platinum on Ghost of Tsushima, which is pretty high. That's pretty high for 100% completion of a game. Especially of a game that I think takes over like 60 hours to beat 100%. Yeah, 60 hours for completionists. That's really high completion percentage for players. But that shows that you've done your world well. It's middle ground between games like Red Dead 2, where the time between interest is something 80 seconds, and others like Hogwarts Legacy with something like every 15 seconds. Yeah, I agree with that. The best we can do is Steam, but it just came out on Steam, so I don't know if it's a good representation, because most players won't have beaten it yet. Yeah, only 3.7. I wish I could find it, but I can't pull it up on PC, sadly, for percentages. Either way, fun shit. Did have an issue, did a side quest where I told him I'm there to help, and the main quest with him, he starts it by accusing me of not caring for Anne. Oof. Music just ends mid-song. Thank you for that. Okay, back to writing dialogue. I appreciate that. I don't know, I really like talking about questing and like dialogue and what incentivizes players to engage with characters. No, the distraction's good. It's still game design. I have no problem with it. Spoon the Goblin from the free Goblin pack we got a while back. He might be. He might be. Heard about Stenchus. A stenchous guide our lives. Save us from falling off of the edge of the world. Or we can say something about gossipers. Even though I hate the smell of sewage, I'd never gossip. Don't want to meet the judge. Judge is a long stick with soap tied to the end of it that they use to clean goblins who gossip. My cousin play games are different. I will do all side quests before continuing main, same. Unless main is timed, whereas if possible, my cousin does main quests only and then goes back for side quests. Yeah, I would hate to do that. I hate to do that. I'm thinking of handling our stories in acts so that we have the game split into like 3 acts, right? Let's just say as an example. So we have Act 1, Act 2, and Act 3. We would then have NPCs who would like go across different parts of these, like this for instance, in terms of story. And what we could do is ensure that all Act 1 encounters are complete before we move on to like Act 2 encounters. So we could in this way kind of control when certain encounters appear before moving on. I don't know. That's up to the narrative designer on this one, but you know, I want to find a way that we can balance organization of encounters with the main story so that certain events and encounters won't appear until certain beats in our main story, but that we allow the player to complete it in whatever order they want until we then are like, okay, all Act 2 encounters are completed. We don't show this to the player. Now we can then unlock the Act 3 stuff. Tips of acts are easier for moving to a new location. That's true. We'll see. It's going to be up to the narrative designer. They're going to be in charge of how we balance and organize it all. But I'll pitch them this idea and see what they think of it. GTA, for example, you only normally unlocked a new island when it was the end of a quest line. True. True. Okay, spoons and gossipers. True. You call me? Call you? Call you where? You say true 3 times in a mirror, I appear behind you. God damn it. Shut up. Okay, it looks spaghetti, but we can handle it like this. Monitor is technically a mirror. Deep. I think what we really just need to do for Cauldron Chronicles to teach players that their choices matter in the story is to, I think, you know, Spoon here is, I think, a decent trial of that, maybe, but he could be a lot better. Where we just give them an NPC that has no real impact on the end game, and we use that as like a harsh learning lesson, as a harsh tutorial. Early in the game, your choices matter here. What do you want to give this character? You know, we'll give them a character that helping them out. We can even do it with multiple NPCs. We can do like, okay, helping this character out results in a good thing. Helping this character out, though, results in a bad thing. You had the option to turn down this NPC if you didn't want this outcome. If you wanted this outcome, okay, fair enough. You wanted to play evil alchemist, go for it. I don't know. We just have to teach players that, like, hey, okay, it does matter here. Be careful with what you say and what you do. Okay, learn that Spoon hates sporks, and we promise Spoon to find the inventor of sporks. Evil Alchemist put it in some of your piss in someone's health potion. Here's a question, why are you there in the first place? The prologue could be about alchemy actually arriving. Maybe you have a few friends who are trusting you to help their illness. Well, so, okay, so the working intro, by the way, is that you are living there in the hut with your parent. Mother or father doesn't really fucking matter. And you are tasked by your parent to go out into the garden to find this herb to help with one of the NPCs that's arrived at the hut looking for a potion made. Your parent is the expert here, the master. And you find this weird purple glowing flower, and you bring it back to your parent like, what the fuck is this? Never seen this before. Like, oh shit. This is corruption, bro. And they're like, okay, you're not ready, but you need to be. I need to go to the capital city and talk with the League of Alchemists, the Alchemist Guild, and we need to find a way to help this. I want you to keep running the hut because there are people that rely on this hut for potions and shit. And so you're kind of like thrust into this role of needing to look after your family's legacy, and also you need to help the NPCs, but you're still learning alchemy, so you know you're kind of thrust into this a little bit too early, but that's part of the challenge, right? That's part of the fun of growing and learning. And so, you know, you are introduced to the world through that. We just don't have that in the game yet. But that is the intended tutorial. And then, of course, at certain parts in the story, your family member will arrive back and update you on what they've been learning, and you can tell them what you've been learning about the corruption, and you work together, you know, you and your parent and the NPCs to try and find a cure to this corruption before it spreads, because of course it is spreading throughout the biomes in the game at every new moon when the moon is the darkest. Whole thing, but we'll get to corruption in the future. That is part of our Trello board, our first playable. It's part of here. Yeah. And then corruption, when it strikes a biome, you can choose to cleanse it or to strengthen it. So there are like levels of corruption. So far, just 3 in the early design. And that affects the ingredients and the enemies that you find in that biome, as well as like the dungeons and stuff. So like, you know, creatures might be more aggressive, and they might have new abilities with their AI or new protections. Ingredients will be corrupted, so they'll have different effects on them, and you can pick them. And dungeons will be more challenging with like either more enemies or different types of enemies. And you can choose to keep this corruption because you might want to harvest some of the ingredients, or you can perform a cleansing ritual to remove the corruption from that area. If you do not remove the corruption from an area, by the time that another new moon strikes, the corruption will increase by 1 tier, and it will potentially spread to an adjacent biome. Does strengthening benefit me in a positive way? I think I answered that, but let me say it again. It will increase like the drop rate of certain things. You might get new drops from enemies, or of course the corrupted ingredients may provide additional stronger effects, but they will be corrupted. So, you know, that might have implications for the NPCs that you give those potions to, or if you drink that yourself. Can we turn off the moon like a light switch so we can find corruption easier? You can purposefully spread corruption. You can perform a corrupting ritual at any time in any of the biomes to purposefully spread corruption or strengthen it if you want. And I would like to have, you know, different endings to the main story regarding the corruption if you purposefully chose to spread it and just go full chaos mode, or if you chose to cure it. I corrupt the orphanage. There won't be an orphanage. Are they gonna complain to their parents? Nice. Okay, learn that Spoon hates sporks and promise Spoon to find the inventor of sporks. Now I know I shared my hatred of sporks with you, but don't you dare forget your promise to tell me the name of the bastard that invented them, if you ever learn. Spoon does not like sporks. But don't go feeding it. I'm gonna do end slices like Fallout or Cyberpunk so you can see your impact on the citizens. 1000% yes. 1000%. There will not only be ending slides for individual characters, there'll be ending slides for regions of the game world and NPCs that maybe you didn't meet. So for instance, you help an assassin and you learn you learn he killed a king or something, right? With the poison you gave him. You'll learn of what happened to that part of the world because of that. There is no way that I would not do that, because I feel like that's your reward, that's your closure to the game. Spoon found pudding and drowned pudding vine. Being a special large slime found in deep mines. You will have a slime in the game. We're planning to add a pet that you make. He's a companion. So he's a slime that safeguards your hut, and you can feed him potions and ingredients to discover effects. So if you find, like, what's a good example? I'll walk you through it. You will do cute stuff too. You start up the game and you're like, oh, pink flowers. Now you don't know anything that this does, by the way. When you start up the game, you will not know what pink flowers do. These will all be question marks. And you're like, okay, well, I can go feed this to my slime. And then he'll have a response that indicates one of these effects, and then you'll unlock that effect. So this is a way for you to discover effects on ingredients in like a fun little immersive way. Casual, fun way. The slime will have like a physical reaction. So if like something has immolation on it and you feed the slime an ingredient, they might just like burst into flames for a second. Just like a quick poof of fire, and then you'll have discovered immolation on that ingredient. He'll also get, if you're away from your hut for a long time, he's going to be like a crazy like dog or something. He's just going to get like really excited to see you and like start zooming around the walls and leaving slime trails. Yeah, he doesn't follow you out into the open world, but he's your companion in the hut. He'll like greet new customers that come in. He'll just be like resting. And resting for a slime is like, okay, so here's like normal slime, right? You have normal slime, and he's all happy. And then him resting is just like, he's just flattened out. And it's just, He's just like that. I want him out of the basement, the mess last time. Took weeks to clean up, and then there was the bodies. Yeah, he's gonna be your companion. He follows you in the hut. He helps you brew potions, and he's just your friend. He's also gonna be the one. There's gonna be like some magical way that he alerts you that there's a visitor at your hut. I don't know how it's gonna look like yet, but he's gonna be the one that I don't know. Maybe he like hits some magical device that is like the Witcher medallion or something, you know, that vibrates or makes like a noise or something or lights up when there's a visitor that's at your hut. Slime processing for ingredients? That could be fun. Magical butt plug. That's exactly it. Yeah, you've got it. You figured it out. Can the player learn that Spoon hates sporks? Or can the player not learn that, but learn that you've promised to find them? I don't think you can. Fears. No, there's no way. So this is not possible. It's not a RenP game. Okay, and this one has to be empty. Don't worry. I'll find him. For you. I promise I'll say nothing. I'm not a gossiping goblin. It's gossiping with 1P. Gossiping. Yeah. Okay. Oh my god. But we only need we just want to have that branch if you know about gossiping goblins. I promise I'll say nothing. Okay, that one looks good. Next one is commemorative spoons. And all of the possibilities for what he gave his dad in jail. Fix your Unreal rendering pipeline to export movies. Export movies from Unreal? You mean like create cutscenes? Or to pull movies into Unreal? Level sequences, but I need them exported into MP4. I need them exported. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Okay, so he sells commemorative spoons. Going to make an arseload of money from these of gold from selling these commemorative spoons. And I forgot to mention that my dad loved the spoon I gave him in jail. Thank you for recommending that. I forgot to tell you. Not bad. Let me do a fish too. You guys can type !fish in chat to fish, by the way. Also, there you go. That'll get you all fired from work. Yeah, shit fish for me. So some weird looking fish. Okay, so he does not sell commemorative spoons. So what could he say to this? He would say, forgot to tell you that I brought my dad that commemorative spoon in jail. Thanks again. A marlin, holy shit. Thanks again. Nice catch for recommending that. Thinking I could make some good money selling these. Okay, that looks good. This is commemorative spoons, and spoon gave dad a ladle bed. I'm going to make an arsenal of gold from selling these commemorative spoons as well. Oh, and I visited my dad in jail after making him that giant ladle bed that you recommended. The guards were a bit hesitant to let me give it to him, but finally they relented. The look in his beady black eyes. Actually, does Spoon have black eyes? I think he does. The look in his beady little eyes was beautiful, even. Played D&D before? No. Can one of the end slices be a goblin sleeping in a ladle? Well, here's the thing. So, Spoon ends up getting married. If you convince him to let anyone into his shop, he ends up getting married. And it is to an ogress who's named Ladle. And they have a son called Teaspoon. But maybe they can have Teaspoon sleep in a little ladle. Any of the situation my players are currently in, go for it. D&D is game dev. I'm basically making D&D at this point. I intend for my game to have more responsiveness than most D&D video games. Okay, this one is, he spells commemorative spoons and he gave his dad the hand bowl. Gave him a bowl I made that looked like a bunch of hands. He was ecstatic. Spoon wouldn't use static. He was over the sewage with it. It's like over the moon. He was over the sewage with it. He loved it so much. It's good to be reminded of your faith in a place like that. They're tasked with taking out some shadow cats in a cave north of a village that has been attacked by them. These are actually displacement beasts. They don't actually exist in my universe. They're all level 4 and have 3 NPCs for a total of 8 party members. NPCs are player controlled but have combat conditions like fear. Can't move into combat with an enemy at melee range. There's 8 party members? That's a lot of people. I wish you the best of luck with the spoons, Spoon. And I'm glad your dad enjoyed the spoon. It's perfect. I wouldn't write this any other way. Okay, this is just that he gave him the spoon. Glad your dad enjoyed the commemorative spoon. And babysitting NPCs and in serious danger. Successfully killed around 8 beasts and found 5 more what looks like praying to an obelisk in the cave. They've seen these obelisks before and know they are evil. All these shadow beasts have become white. These seem to appear and disappear randomly. These seem to gain muscle and lose it randomly. The last is an arcane rune on its head, which the wizard determined to be the same as an arcane focus. Okay. They have different classes. Okay, I'm wish you the best of luck with the spoon. Hope your dad will be able to enjoy some nice nights. Enjoy some nice nights of sleep in the new bed. We get a spoon counter in the bottom corner. Technically, I could do it. It would not be hard to just read all the things that you say to spoon, and every time the word spoon is brought up, I just add. I add one to the counter. Be easy to do. For leading them just seem to cause any issues. This paladin, which normally a smart one, decided to attack on, causing them all to attack. Everyone's already spent. They have no spells and are running really low on potions. Disappearing ones haven't returned yet. Muscle ones have already nearly downed 2 party members, and the mage has already cast a fireball. Are you gonna kill them? Or are you gonna give them a way out? Visited my dad in jail, gave him, actually I wrote the one for the bowl, right? Oh wait, I'm glad that you've been able to rekindle the faith of Stenchus in your dad with the hand bowl. Let's send my players up for a total party kill if it is their choice. It's a way out, but I don't think they will take it. Well, you know, you may not set the players up for that. They could, of course, choose that, but, you know, maybe you don't want it to end like that, right? Of course, if they're really dumb, there's not much you can do, but the hell day they can wake up in a Princess Bride plot. I fucking love Princess Bride. I'm just wondering if the player would know about Stenchus if they knew about the hands. I'm a little worried that they wouldn't, but I think they will. The player might not. It is possible for the player to learn Oh no, it's not. You would know about Stenchus and about the spoon. So yeah, okay, that works then. Brother did in the campaign has been running for about 5 years, and I put a lot of effort into the world. At worst, I can move them elsewhere in the world and get them to roll new characters. I mean, you can always smudge the numbers behind the scenes, right? If they're fighting this thing, like having them be downed and on the brink of death is more, you know, that's like, it feels punishing enough. Like maybe you can kill one of them off and give them a way to be resurrected, right? Have a whole subplot of finding someone who might be able to bring them back to life, and like, you know, just have like a permanent debuff or something. Like like what George R. R. Martin believes, which is that only life can pay for death, or only death can pay for life. I don't know. Just play them in your Unreal game. They aren't using their characters anymore. Where's the war crime type? Jesus. I mean, you could always say that, like, maybe there's some, like, mother cat back there, and it freezes all the smaller ones in place for, like, a round or so. You know, giving them enough time to, like, escape. Like, here's your final warning. You are about to be fucking destroyed. So take this round where the enemies are frozen in fear, and grab your companions and get the hell out. You know, there's I guess there's tons of ways that you can handle that situation if you don't want them to die. Well, they've already seen the obelisk is a thing that is making the shadow cats. A kitten was created in front of their eyes. They could adopt the kitten. Have they tried doing pss, 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 you know, to call the kitties? Because that usually works. I open a can of cat food as my action. While inside the cave, which they don't know the cats can get into, they've been and convinced the Titan Guardian the place they are friends. It's confusing for me. See if Spoon Nut know how to find Spoon Nuts. Open a can of cat food, it tastes strange. You eat the can of cat food. I open the can of cat food and all your friends are like, oh my god, that's a great idea, we're saved. And then it's like, then I eat the cat food. Okay, you gain 1 HP. And you are now addicted to cat food. Okay, receive Spoon Nut, know how to find Spoon Nuts. Also glad I was able to share my love of Spoon Nuts with another individual, especially a human. Keep an eye out for them, just like I taught you. Taught. With an A. You love D&D sometimes? I do too. I've only watched a bit of, like, Critical Role's campaign 3 here. What I didn't understand is that people don't like shopping episodes. I fucking love shopping episodes. I love the interactions between an interesting shopkeeper and, like, the haggling that goes on and the magical items you can find. I like shit like that. I don't know why people don't like that. It's making me annoyed when you don't know what the players want. That's fair. But I mean, if you have a shop and you're like, okay, they're probably, you know, they have some money, they're probably just fishing for some magical items or something. Or you could always say, like, at the end of a session, you can say, you know, do you guys want to go shopping next? You know, what are you looking for? And then that way you can, like, prepare maybe. Do you know how many books there are? That's true, I guess. Which book each magical item is. I used to have, I don't know, you probably know them, but they were psych. The Encyclopedia Magica, I have these at home in the US. The 4-volume set, hundreds of pages for magical items. They're thick motherfuckers. That's what they are. All 4 of these I have. And they're really cool. They're really good for inspiration. Just filled to the brim with magical items and what they do and things like that. The Acorn of Womai. The large lead vessel, dull gray in color. Fashioned to look like an enormous acorn, almost 3 feet in height. 2 golden bands inscribed with arcane characters encircle it from bottom to top. What the fuck does it do? What does it do, though? I can't see the text where it says what it does. It might be on the second page. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like this. There are a lot of like collections from like old D&D magazines too. I kind of wish I had these. Igraine's portrait. Each of these paintings depicts one person, a close friend, a trusted counselor, close advisor, or family member, with whom this lord would often have cause to consult. Oh, so they're like they're basically like paintings in Harry Potter, where you can talk to the person. Yeah, it allows the 2 people to communicate fully as if through telepathy. Takes 1 complete round. There's no limit to the duration or the number of times it can be used. Yeah, I mean, I like stuff like this. It's really just good for sparking inspiration. Maybe I'll get my parents to send me these. It is like from AD&D though, so, you know, some of the things that it talks about may not be relevant to 5e. Okay, receive spoon nut. I don't think there's any way for you to know how to find spoon nuts without having received them, so this is actually just not possible. You can buy her magical loot, which doubles her attack range, but was cursed, so she'll get... She's getting the curse removed. I find that it's too... I don't like certain high-level spells in D&D. Because they just make the game... They kind of take away from the challenge of the game. Like, oh, let's use a wish. Let's use remove curse. It's like, oh, the magical item doesn't respond to this. Why? Well, it's because it's kind of just lame if you can just remove a curse willy-nilly like that. Okay, wish, maybe not as powerful, but I don't like that you can just remove curse like that, you know? Hey, thank you for the follow, Suge Lifts. Thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. I'm not new here. This is not Serene. I'm new here. This is not Serene. Okay. You are not Serene. I see. Thank you for the follow, not Serene. I wouldn't miss them for the world, Spoon. Never knew that nuts could come in the shape of spoons. That's for sure. Sorry if you heard that. Pretty sure you need a diamond for remove curse. Do you? Does remove curse need a Is it free? Dude, there's no way that it's free. VS is verbal and S is what? What is S again? V is verbal, so you need to be able to speak out loud. What is S though for components? Must have been used to so used to my little quips, and you've been losing your mind whilst I've been gone. My mind is already gone. Oh wait, S is it's like sympathetic. What the fuck is it? D&D spell components. I just need the fucking word for it. Somatic. Materials M. So yeah, I mean, the fact that remove curse doesn't have any material components. Oh, thank you. So somatic. Docs Holiday, thank you for that. And that means that you need to do the movements, right? Yeah, so you have to speak it and have a movement. That's crazy. That's crazy that remove curse is just... Here's a cursed ring, you put it on and you feel weakened. Remove curse. Good luck, buddy. Oh, the curse is removed now. I don't know. You could always homebrew that it does cost something material. If you're using a focus, unless the spell used up the time, you don't need the material. Curse only removes it from a creature, not items. Oh, it doesn't remove it from items? How did the potion throwing go? We have potion throwing. I can show you. I think this will work if I use test potions, because they have restore health. Oop, wrong button, sorry. Press escape. Boink. Preparing shaders, there we go. So yeah, like we have the tree responding to potions. I think we have enemies responding to it, although I don't know if the combat designer rehooked that up. It's still a work in progress for some of these things. I missed. I'm back here. No, he didn't fix that. Okay. Who's that? That's a piggy. Piggy boy. Pokemon copyright infringement, yeah. You're right. Well, I want to see something. I think there was a bug. We have 3 potions. It should remove the potion after being successful here. Okay, it did. I don't know what it was. Oh. You can throw a potion again and it, doesn't fix the tree. Hey, Vinny, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're enjoying it. I'll write down this bug. Throwing potion at tree twice. Retoggles visibility of ingredients of plants. Okay, this should be empty, this should be empty. Spoon wins the rematch race, true. Thank you as well for convincing me to do this race again. And for helping me win. It was thrilling and motivating to finally beat that rat bastard. And if he doesn't win the race, maybe he'll just say, you know, we could just skip it if he doesn't win the race. Like, he doesn't want to talk about it. He's sad. He doesn't want to fucking talk about that shit. I'm to put you through one shot in D&D at some point if you ever liked to experience it. If you want. If I get the time for it. When's the last time we talked about politics here? Probably only a couple days ago. Right now, it's all about the hurricane. Poor Florida people. Floridians. Where is it? Should I? I'm gonna look that up. Weather radar. Wait, did it hit? Or is this it? Or is this it? Is it moving up this way through the Gulf of Mexico? Where is windy? Fine, fuck you. Ooh, okay, that's it. Dude, that's fucking scary. It's a hurricane. I think it's one of the largest. How fast is 61 KT? Can I change that to like miles per hour? I'm stupid. $70 miles per hour. Can you find the? Yeah, I find the eye. It's right here. I don't know if I can get the coordinates though. Jesus, wind gusts of 100. It's kind of hard to see because I think I'm blocking it here. I'll give it to you in miles per hour and kilometers. 213 kilometers an hour. Or 132 miles per hour. What about tornado scale? Because I want to compare it to tornadoes. Fujita. It is about as fast as a like F2 tornado. Well, it's still a storm from Fortnite. Yeah, where I live, I lived up in here, and we get tornadoes, which are pretty scary too. Jesus Christ, look at the size of this thing. Whoa. This is the satellite data. Yeah, that's pretty scary. Were you able to see this? It's at windy.com, and you can see different, look through this. The fuck up. I'm not flicking through that. Temperature, hot. It is warm. When is it expected to make landfall? God, I feel bad, dude. It's just gonna. This is just gonna decimate. Largest hurricanes. Is it considered an Atlantic hurricane though? It's a Gulf of Mexico hurricane. I don't know. That's scary though. Where's the hurricane over? It's over the Gulf of Mexico and moving towards Florida. This is the prediction. Is that it will make landfall near Tampa and be at the worst Thursday at 11. It says local time, but I don't know if that's my local time or if it's like Florida local time. There's a couple. There's one over here, it looks like. I guess it's easy to see with the wind, isn't it? Yeah, there's one here. Also pretty fast. It's not as big, but it is also picking up. That's just, it's kind of just hovering out there, not doing shit. And it's expected to just kind of dissipate out. How come people are following the stream so much? Because we are so fucking sexy. Also, that was just a bot, so don't worry. 3 in like 20 minutes is new record? No, we've had some pretty big records before. We had like 20 in one day once. They want the weather update. Dude, I feel bad, dude. Anybody in Florida? I just stay safe. Holy shit. And I hope the government doesn't send you like $700 like they did for the people in the Appalachians. It's happy to help, Spoon. Glad you won. Kind of implying that you're the cause behind it. No, it's not. You send the hurricanes. Okay, this should work. Told Mother Nature they live in Florida. They're like I mean, they're being hit right now. Tampa live stream. Live from Tampa Bay, that is not live. Tampa Bay live. Ooh. It's just so ominous. It's so ominous.
Wednesday morning. As we continue with the very latest of this storm, I do want to share some of the latest.
Yeah, it's already raining, you can see.
We are working, my producer, we are working to get this information to you in real time. So bringing this to you full as we continue to track the very latest for Milton. So bringing this to you, I want to share this with you in real time. So on the left side of your screen, you can see
landfall expected along Florida's Gulf Coast around 1 to 3 a.m. Eastern Time, south of Tampa. Strength is a Category 5 hurricane, 160 miles per hour winds. One of the most powerful hurricanes on record. Yeah, it does. Like how Cat 5. Cat 5 is also a cable. I'd much rather have a Cat 5 cable than a fucking hurricane. That's scary. That's fucking scary. Sending my love to anybody in Florida. Alright, well, let's assume that the Thief 5 is finished then. The final goodbyes are sparse. We fix that up. We still need to do 6. Thief 6, but I'm going to fix these bugs first, these 4. Cauldron not getting reset after making a potion. Is that still the case? No, it's getting reset. The bug happened when we created this potion. So let me try remaking this one again. I don't know why it happened. Cooked. Hold on. We need this cooked. Spoon nut. Normal. Walnut normal. Seashell ground. And lamb's ear distilled. What edge case are we finding? Not an edge case, but there was a weird bug I just had earlier where I brewed this potion and it didn't clear the cauldron, but I can't recreate it, so I don't know what happened. Is something fucked up? I don't know what it was. Let me try it again. Seashell ground. There should be no way for it to happen. I don't know. I'll have to maybe I can look at the stream VOD because it was really weird. But I can't seem to recreate that. I'll keep my eye out for that one. Search Bermuda Triangle on that website and see the waves. On the Bermuda Triangle? What? You mean out here? How can I see the waves though? I just see clouds. The triangle, yeah, the triangle has always been weird. I forget the reason for it. Bottom one? The waves? I thought that that's the reason why the Bermuda Triangle has so many shipwreck cases, is because the waves are... There's something with like the geography that causes that, but I forget what it is. The waves here. Whoa, yeah, Cape of South America is getting pretty crazy too. Pretty chill though in terms of radar. Why are we just checking for the best drop zones? I don't know, it definitely is in Florida right now. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for this bug because I haven't been able to recreate it. I don't know what caused it. I'll pull up the stream. Where did it occur? It was before this. Before you. There's our spider talk. I think it was, wait, it was here. Faster, idiot. Come on, Jesus Christ. There is cow dung, yeah. Stop speaking and just make the potion. Holy shit. Look at this fucking asshole. Huh. What an idiot. Oh my god. Dude, just press the button. What are you doing? Come on. I'm trying to find the bug. Yeah, look, I brew the potion, I click the thing, I press finish, and it gives me the potion, but it doesn't clear the, I don't know what I did. I throw the ingredients in. Do I do anything? Do I close the window? Do I remove the seashell? Maybe I'll do it in order. I'll do it in the exact same order as this asshole. Ever thought of having photographic memory so you don't waste so much time? I don't have any memory, so I waste all the time. I remember nothing. I know nothing. I am nothing. Where is the mushroom? Cooked. We put that one in first. Then I do the distilled lamb's ear. And then the spoon nut, and then the walnut. Walnut. Seashell. Okay, mushroom, lamb's ear, spoon nut, walnut, seashell. What do I do after that? I stare at chat. I hover over things. I remove the seashell. Okay. I put it back in. How do we extract the nut from the spoon? You milk it. I zoom into the cauldron. I hover over some things. I talk. I yap on for hours. I circle my mouse around the screen. Okay, I did that too. Yep, yappy, yappy, yap. I took a drink. Maybe that causes the bug. Hold on. I hover over this. No, I don't take 2 drinks. 2 drinks might not cause the bug. I go back to the shelf. I do some shit. And then I go to brew the potion. I have no idea how the bug happened. I don't fucking know. But something is preventing. I mean, I could follow the logic here. Let's see, brew button. You think streaming is super narcissistic? Yes. Yes. How are you freezing hydration when all those people get hit by the hurricane and have no water to drink? Well, I mean, they can drink the hurricane. It does load potion finisher. We are making the potion. But something is erroring out before it can actually get to clearing the cauldron. Which means maybe it's failing a cast. Finish, get actor, get selected icon. No, it's updating the potion. It's just not updating the brew. No, it is important to fix this because it's a potion duplication glitch, which is kind of not desired here. And it could indicate that there's something else that's not clearing the cauldron when it should be being cleared. Potion Shrew, get current NPC. It's here. It's specifically, it's going to happen if we make the potion when a encounter is not valid. Or, I'm sorry, when we have the encounter, but the potion commission ID is empty. So that's what it is. I'm just saying it's taking focus because you can't trigger it again. No, I know exactly why it's happening now. It's because of this. And now it won't happen anymore. I can try to recreate it too. I'll remove this. I'll set it up. So if we get one of our characters encounters, so I'm gonna get Spoon killed, and I'll show you why I think it's gonna happen. Well, let's get Spoon killed here. Oops, that's not the right button. Logically, it makes sense. Where we need to have a valid encounter, but one without a valid potion need. So we're gonna get Spoon killed. Would this kill him, actually? Well, we can just keep giving him these. It'll kill him eventually. Yeah, I mean, I could just be putting an error into there, and I should be. But I don't. Because it's more fun. More content that way. Okay, now he'll die. And then when Blue Dick Boy comes, we're going to give him this potion as well. He's not going to die, but he's going to come back and we'll have a valid encounter with an invalid potion need. And I will debug ingredients. Now, if I make a potion, what happens? Yes. Man, I'm surprised nobody encountered that before. But hey, at least we know what's happening, and I know exactly where and why it's happening. And this fixes it, so. Although, to be fair, in some cases you do want nodes to just fail a function. Like, that is proper behavior in a lot of cases. Okay, well that bug's fixed. I don't know why I need to save the map. I didn't do anything to the map. I'll just revert that before I check in. Okay, 3 more bugs. Barter info panel not being reset when opening it again. Well, hey, there's a difference between making a prototype and making, you know, a production quality product, so. I don't think you're strange, I just think that there's caveats here. Why spend time doing something you don't need to do? For a prototype that won't even make it into the final game. Oops. No potions in inventory. That's the issue. Now, the moment we hover over something, fine, but now if I delete these potions or I get rid of them, I just throw them somewhere. It's weird. Spent 10 minutes fixing a bug that only exists in code that we scraped for the most part. Yeah, it's not even that crazy to have, it's a prototype, who cares if people are duplicating potions? But this one is more like, it's unexpected and it's too easy to trigger. I don't really care about bugs that, you know, aren't causing that big of a problem. Yeah, there is a point to fix that one. Others, not so much. We have a lot of bugs in game that I don't really give a fuck about fixing. That does say clear. Maybe it's because we have a potion, but it's a different one. Let me make a different potion. It can be anything. Doesn't even need effects. Okay, first potion is this one, of course, but if I then close this, throw it, yeah, we don't update that. So whenever we open this panel, we need to make sure to perform that check, which it should be doing, but I don't know why it's not. Let's see. Fill inventory. Set highlighted. Where's the issue occurring? It happened because I overhauled the way that I do things. Info. We'll see which one it's trying to call, unless there's something in the output log. Nothing important. Construct potion inventory. Mouse enter and leave works just fine. Oh, it's in the dialogue. That's where it is. That's where the button is. Yeah, we do perform a setup widget. Is bartering fill inventory, change bartering stage. Fill inventory is then where we would set this to be visible and set the first to be highlighted. Potion inventory item. Well, we can break it here and we can just test it out. Does this properly do it? Does not. Okay. Let's see why. Are we not throwing any potion data into it? No, we are throwing potion data in. That's weird. Because they're not valid anymore, I bet is what it is. We need to do a validation. Or I think we have to do a get owner. Item object reference. Widget. It can't be owner. Find parent. Widget of type. No. Is it parent or is it get owner? I think it might be parent. Get parent. Do a validation. That might resolve it. Because we handle this in a bit of a different way than we used to. We now have 2 separate inventory screens, and we used to just use one. Why you no work? Yeah, we're just not passing the right data through to it. Is valid index 0. Unknown potion. Test potion. We are sending the right data through. It could just be failing to grab the inventory potion panel. Widgets, inventory, potion panel. The issue that it's grabbing two of these. I don't know why. It might be some old shit because what we did before was we... Oh, let me see the level blueprint. I feel like I unhooked something. Ocean inventory. You know what I think it is? It's because potion inventory and the inventory both reference the same widget. So anytime we grab the potion inventory panel, I instead need to grab the parent and then grab the potion inventory panel from there. It's probably what it is. Okay, let me see if I can nail this down here. Where is the panel? Yeah, we'll find it in there. Okay, potion inventory is here. Let's see. Inventory, potion, panel. What is it? Potion. What the fuck is it called? Inventory potion info panel. Is that a local variable? No, so this is the issue. No, that should be fine. It's then probably set highlighted. It's on the item. Inventory potion. Yeah, it's this is what it is. Potion inventory ref. Get info panel. That's all it is. And we'll just make sure that there's no more cases of that in here. We make a reference, but then we don't actually fucking use it. We could just, I'll just fix that up now. There's a lot of old stuff in here. The point of it was to work, not to be efficient. But while I'm here. That's fine. Come on, Spoony boy. Come see my info panel. That's hopefully working. Okay, let's try throwing these, see if it updates. Boink, 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 boink. Yeah. That seems like it fixed it. Perfect. Okay, that bug is down. Beach ball still makes sound even when the game is muted. That is an easy fix. That's just happening because we didn't apply the sound class to it, the wave. Oh, I don't know if we play the wave directly or if we play a sound cue. Probably a cue. We'll see. Whatever it is, it doesn't have the right sound class. Ball hit cue. It is sound effects above water class. Okay. Well, should it make sound then? But for some reason it is. Where's the beach ball? Stop it. It wasn't making the moaning sound, though. Let me go see what it does in the water. Yeah, it is muting it properly, so I don't know. Let's figure it out. It just has sound effects. It might be that the master class does not have sound effects. Yeah, it doesn't have the child. How do we add that? Child classes. Sound effects above water. That should fix it. We'll see. I probably had one for sound effects underwater though, didn't I? No. Okay, where's beach ball? There we go. Now we're cooking with oil. Perfect. Illegal reference. I don't care. Sorry. I don't care if there's illegal references you see me carrying. No. Committing crimes, yeah. Prototype, I don't give a shit. Look, if it runs and there aren't any major problems, I don't give a shit what else happens. Throwing potion at tree twice retoggles visibility of plants. I thought I had fixed this. I thought I had made it check to see if you had healed the tree. I swear I did. Where is this motherfucker? Maybe I didn't. Okay. Maybe it was existing before then too. Okay, well, I mean, that's an easy fix. Has been healed. Branch. False. Connect. Dunzo. Boink. Nothing. Thank you. Shaders. Yeah, okay, so that's working. That's fixed. Easy fix. I want to see how we set that up for that. Because we're not using the potion reaction component anymore, as far as I know. Unless we still are. It's an easy fix, or it's an easy test, I should say. Okay, so we aren't using that anymore. So what are we doing to test it? Yeah, we have the ability system on there. I just don't know what he's doing to test. He told me about it in Discord. Let me see if I can pull up the message. Let's see. Give me a second. Yeah, how did he heal the tree? I have to have a call with him and see if he can explain it to me. But in the meantime, I will see if I can check. It's the ability system component. I just don't see what that's handled. Is he available right now? Let me see. At him. Quick question. If you have a second. How does the throne potion communicate with the tree to get it to heal? He can tell me. Spooky. Oh yeah, I forgot we had this. We had those spooky glowing eyes. Potion of. It's not on like the default, is it? Because we have the old potion reaction system. I don't think it's using that anymore. Oh my god, the... Oh, it gave me a small heart attack. There's a bug crawling across my my monitor. It's one of the ones that I left in here last night. Come out. What are you doing? Go away. Whatever. He's crawling. He's on my desk. He's doing whatever he needs to do. I'll change the effect ID and then we'll just see if it works still. It is. What is it calling then? How is it determining that the potion will heal the tree? We fix this bug. Because I want to make it so that we can throw the potions at the animals and the obstacles again. Because I kind of consider that a bug at the moment. Maybe it's up here in this GAS companion. Ability definitions. Some default stuff. Effect definitions. Like different damage stuff. Oh, I see templates. Okay. Heal, regen. Where did these get defined? We're learning. Well, it's in like content, okay. He's typing back. Is it in the BP? Is it like I'm just wondering how it sends that notification. Where can I set this? So if I place a blueprint in the world, where can I tell it, okay, you should have a reaction to this? We have an ability system. Is it in the class settings? In the defaults? Mr. Bug? You are a problematic creature. Can you leave? Leave my workplace. Come here. Stop it. I have him. There he is. Come here, sir. I don't. I don't think he made it out. He's still in here. Probably more bugs in here too. If we don't use the reaction component anymore, then I'll just remove that from the associated BPs. That was a stink bug too. Gotta be careful about killing those. They do not smell good if you kill them. I don't see it. I don't see it. Hopefully he helps me. I know he will. He set it up. He knows what he's doing. I'll tell him, you can also come on stream. Come on stream chat if you like. Motion applies a gameplay effect to valid targets in the area, and that gameplay effect contains effect tags. In the case of the tree, on begin play, I've set it to wait for a gameplay tag to be applied to it. The tag to... Oh wait, on begin play? Oh yeah, okay, I see. I didn't even... I didn't even scroll up in the blueprint that far low. I didn't even check the begin play node, lol. I'm dumb as rocks. Okay, I see. So wait gameplay tag to add to actor. I wonder if there's a way that we can modify this a bit. I mean, it does say added heal tree. We could also ask it if it's past the check. Just like we did for the reaction component. Where's this thing? Find class. Because we did a potion reaction check. What if we can pass through the potion that's been thrown? We could still use the component to handle reaction or to handle requirements. We just wouldn't have it handle the data, or we could still use it to handle the data. We just need to pass through the potion. Is it? I'll ask me that. Is it possible to pass through potion data to the affected BP? Maybe through this, where does this come from? Target is ability async. So it's from the ability system. But I think that's a C++ thing. Because we want to perform the requirement check, right? That's important to have. Not just checking for an effect, but checking for the tier. And also, making sure that if certain things will disable the effect from I don't know. We need like requirements of passing and requirements of failure, and if the failure requirements are occurring, then we need to not perform that. In essence, we need to be able to run this function when it detects... I don't know. I'll talk to him about that. He said he might get on stream later, so if he's on stream later, I'll save that question for when he's on. To see if we can recreate it. Credibility. Tag is already present. And thrown potion. Apply effects to target. Perform potion hit. We do a sphere overlap actors. I'd like to still draw a debug sphere on this. So draw a debug sphere. Radius 250. Just for the sake of seeing where it hits. You should be able to use in gameplay events. I'd reckon you could pass potion data in gameplay event data and make the affected BP wait for an event with that tag. That's what he said. Passed using gameplay events. How do we do that? Apply effects to target. Apply gameplay effect. Can BP wait for an event. Could do. Send gameplay event to actor with a payload. So I guess we could make our own payload? I'll wait for him. Before I go any further, I'll just wait. Because I want to... We need to handle a very specific thing. Like, we already have the function to do requirement checks at specific tiers. So I'll just ask him if there's any way that we can reuse that, or if we should reuse that. And if he wants to set that up, he can. I'll just explain how I want it to work and let him figure out the most optimal way to do that. He's gonna be on after some lunch, so it shouldn't be too long. Did we have any other bugs that we wanted to get to? There's a lot of tutorial problems, but I'll fix that up later when we have more of potion combat done. I suppose for now we're just fishing for bugs. See if we can find anything that needs fixing. That tree coming out. Oh. I don't like when my trees aren't in the ground. Rather than fishing for likes. Yeah, I don't care about likes yet. We'll get there. We'll get there when we need to get there. I'm just checking the trees now. I'm paranoid. Any place where the elevation is steep. I don't see any though. Nice view. Get near you, little bitch. Got him. You'd be dead if the effects were hooked up to you. which we will do. Very windy. Get out of here, bees. What do you know? Oh, no entry. Have that subtle transition into desert. Say goodbye to the birdies. I hate that we couldn't get fluid flux working on all the ponds. It just bothers me so much. But hey, it was a small trade-off for getting it working in the lake, which is the more important. The lake and the waterfall are of steeper importance. Are those birds? Those aren't birds from my game. Those are birds from the soundtrack. I was like, there should be birds playing down here. Not our birds, don't worry. Starfish. We'll need to get an oxygen meter in here at some point. The good thing is we're pretty close to that because we have the water breathing effect on potions. So we're getting close to that. And I think we can put in some fish Niagara particles in here. I do have something for mass fish. But we're going to handle that when we handle fishing, in my opinion. And those, the bubbles you see there are expected to restore oxygen when you get close to them, so those will be turned into blueprints that do that. Weird hitch there. Maybe some shader shit going on in the background. Ooh, that's a bug. That is one we have to fix with rocks. That is the only way we can fix that. Because fluid flux. Or a blocking volume. Not an important bug, but one that I can fix easily. The issue is that the ground capture for whether or not you're swimming is captures, as you can see here, just the meshes above us. So it thinks that, well, there shouldn't be water here, right? Well, there should be. Easy fix for that. Let's double check that the Keck altar is working as intended. No bugs with Daddy Keck, is there? Nope, Keck looks good. Functional. Looks good. Give me the TAA. Give me that TSR. TSR. DLSS. Some sharpening in here. Does do some weird artifacting with the plants, though. The grass. I mean, the grass isn't perfect, let's be honest. Very dense. Very dense, and I don't like what happens with the, yeah. I should fix that. Yeah, that'll be fixed. Oh, kurwa. Calm down. It's the hurricane! It's hitting! That's way too soon for that joke. Here, we can avoid the noise. There we go. Come on, boat. Let's get out of here. We need to escape. It is going nowhere. This is the worst boat I've ever seen. Well, at least we have our beach ball. Damn, these hits are crazy. Oh. Ain't no way I got my ball stuck on top of the rock. Are you serious? What the fuck is this? Really? See, that's where a potion of concussive blast would help. Push that bitch back down to the ground. Yeah, so it's actually cases like this where the game won't play any ambient music while the storm is going on. It'll finish up a track if there was one already playing, but it won't choose a new one. I really like the ominous looking mountains in the background, like being silhouetted. Like, that's cool shit to me. Too many clouds to see the planet. Or the moon. Just need to replace these cloud cards. And the level will look a lot better. Very low priority on that, though. I think with megalights, instead of having emissive leaves, I would probably just put a few point lights around the edges or something. I don't know. Because the emissiveness just, I don't know, causes problems. So many lumen artifacts. Improve emissive as well. With 5.5? I hope so. I can't upgrade to 5.5 yet, though, sadly. Not until our plugins are updated. Think so? Okay. I'll take a look at the changelog when I get the time. There's a drippy spline there that needs to be removed. I don't know why it's hanging in the air. Must have been messing around with it and I forgot to remove it. These lanterns are way too bright too. I'm not unhappy with the prototype world. There's a lot that I would fix, but for having nobody with any significant artistic ability on the team, it is more than acceptable for a prototype which we could have gotten away with just gray boxing everything. The world is just empty, not much to do in it, but that's our next big thing after potion combat is to fill up the world. Lots of activities. Show what we intend to do with the density. Big storm's over, now it's just some light rain. Look at Spoon standing out here getting soaked. Helmet all shiny. Skin shiny too. Dude, he looks lubed up. Looks oiled up. He's looking good. Yeah. Okay, what was the thing I wanted to fix up? There was something with, did I write it down? What did I want to fix? There was something being weird. Oh yeah, it was with the spline being a bitch. Here it is. Or no, it was this one. Yeah, that can be deleted. They don't work anymore, sadly, because they're too low to the ground. There's some issue with the world height with them. I don't know how to fix it. Not a big deal though. Okay, do we have enough time to implement the thing that I wanted to implement today, which was effect ignoring? That's the best way that I can describe it. So on NPC potion needs, right now we have penalties and bonuses for effect types. I was considering changing this to, instead of being effect types, or we could include effect types too, but at least adding in something else for effects to completely ignore. Like this does not, no penalty for this, no, I don't know, no negative thing for that, no, no bonus for this, just, it does not matter. Realistically, I think we should just change. We should just change effect types and penalty effect types. use the gameplay tags. How many things will I have to refactor if I do that, though? How many things? You don't have to say it when you get back. It's no worry. Leave and come back at your own will. No need to announce. Most people, I think, just filter in and out of here. Want you to know I care? Okay. You can do it if you want. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff that references potion needs. Actually, not too much. Some old stuff, too. We can still keep effect types on the effects themselves. We use that to determine color, or whether or not something is positive or negative. That does need to be refactored a little bit, because some things are just like neutral. They're not good or bad. They're just in effect. But on potion needs specifically, the only time that I can think of that we use the effect types is scoring. So let me export this so we have a backup. Export DT NPC potion needs backup. It's part of main potion required. Ooh. And that is a commission type. Yep. Yep. Oh, that's probably gonna break a lot of stuff. Let's do it. Let's break stuff. Secondary effect types penalized. That will also be a container. That will fuck up the old commission table, but this is old. I don't think I'll need to keep this up anymore. We can let that die. %, what this is going to screw up is the function library. Oh boy. We do have it set up for an array, so to an extent, our job isn't as bad as it could be. And we do feed these then into Boolean arrays, so as long as we can fix up these two sections, which are nearly identical, we're fine. We Gucci. Bonus effect type. This is for bonuses, right? Oh no, this is for penalties. There should be get tag. Grab does tag container. What is it? Not like tags. Oh, I think you just break it. Yeah, I'm fucking stupid. Okay, if not empty. Current effect tested type. Current effect type. The thing is, we grab effect type. I'd rather do... The thing is, there might be multiple tags. We almost need to do a for each loop. Is that gonna work though? Like, I could just delete this all and just remake it from scratch, which might be the easier thing to do here. Let me think. If we have multiple tags, there's multiple chances for us to negate that, although that's unlikely, but I'd still like to set it up just in case that happens. Not fully sure what I'm doing. I'm just changing over the penalties and bonuses from the old system to the new one, so that we can choose certain things to ignore or not ignore. I only need to see if anything is matching. So, you know, I'll just delete the old stuff. It's not complicated to remake. Do we want to loop through tags first that are on the effects, or do we want to loop through commission penalties first? I think I'll loop through penalties first. Burn potion not required. Go through each effect. Now we'll match up. We'll match up. This should be pretty easy. We can just do. Can't I just do it contains? I can just do has tag. So what I could do is current effect tags. No need to even break. No need to even do that, to be honest. And we're checking penalties first. As any tags from the penalty effects type. We want exact match. Penalized effect array. Add. Is effect bonused. I think that'll work. Container to check if it matches any of the tags in the other container. So for each effect, we just see, hey, are any of the tags in here, any of them, equal to one of the ones being penalized? Because of course, if any of them match, that effect should be penalized. And then of course we add that. He's making a game. Thank you, Anomalies. Yeah. Get with the times. Which simplifies all this pretty considerably. We can delete this. Delete. I'm just trying to understand how to make a publisher page. It's annoying as fuck. A publisher page on Steam? You get your self-published, right? But you still want to make one so that when people click on that, it takes, you know, it takes you to the right page, right? So they can see. Effect. As any tag, secondary effect type is penalized. If true, penalize that effect. It's very, very, very crucially important that the scoring does not have bugs. So, yeah, we'll need to test this. Easy to test, thankfully. Here's a franchise and links to the Steam page and links all games under a fancy page. Yeah, that is nice. That is really nice. Was it challenging or was it just convoluted? Like easy to do once you knew what to click? I suppose is the question. Ooh. Steamworks account. I do have a Steamworks account. And I do have an app ID. I have not redeemed that or app token, whatever the fuck they call it. So the next version of Cauldron Chronicles that we release publicly will be released via Steam. Although I might still do a separate build because I think you can only make like 10,000 keys. You can only print out 10,000 keys for your game as a developer, right? Now, I don't think we'll ever reach that cap with Cauldron Chronicles, but for the prototype, it'll just be easier for people who want to play it to just download it like they're doing normally. Though I can give more like long-term supporters keys on Steam. It's very easy, but it's not well documented. Oh, okay. I don't know if that... I think I've heard of that, but... Steamworks... Game key. I saw somebody else mention it. Games and applications launching on Steam may receive up to 5,000 default release Steam keys. Release state override or beta package keys limited to 2,500 total. Steam keys shouldn't be given away for free if you aren't also offering the same deal to Steam customers. This includes giveaways for promotional purposes. Okay, whatever. Steam keys for crowdfunding is generally the 2,500. But I wonder if there's a limit for testing. The default is 5,000, or for release state overrides, they're limited to 2,500. Yeah, I don't know what's considered. You can revoke keys for beta access. Another policy was give free keys for retail. It brings more users to Steam because people need to use that key to download the game. Yeah, I don't know when they added this. I did see somebody mentioning something like this on Twitter, and I was like, oh, I didn't know they had limits. At each request by case. Oh, wait, the Steam playtest feature? If you'd like to run a large-scale playtest to provide more than a few thousand keys to allow play before your game launches, use the Steam playtest. I don't know. I would really like for... I guess it's like, yeah, request access, but you'd have to have a public page for that, wouldn't you? I mean, I guess I could do that. Although I'm a little hesitant to put up a Steam page for my game. Wait, common configurations. Play test is playable but not accepting new signups. I don't know. Explain it better in DMs or voice call. Yeah, so I think we probably have pretty similar needs, but my need is just I want my game on Steam because of course it's much easier to distribute and give to publishers. But I'd like for players to just be able to get a key for it if they want to try it, like, but not have a public page. I want to use Steam as distribution because it's more trustworthy, it's easier. I want to learn how to do it in the first place. I don't want to have to print out keys for people that request it, but I can do that if needed. You wanted a controlled distribution. What do you mean? Just random bots claiming your game. Controlled. I don't want bots. Like, this is going to be a like, this won't be a released app ID. This will just be for you know, our first playable, essentially our demo. So people claiming this won't actually get access to the final game. They'll just get access to the demo, to the first playable. Yeah, make it don't play test and give keys to users. Yeah, I think that's what I'll have to do. Book page is coming soon. I really... I'm scared of misrepresenting the game. I'm scared of players looking at screenshots that I'd have to put up there and potentially getting misinformed that that is the final version. And I want to avoid that. I mean, I can just plaster like, hey, this is prototype footage. Assets you see are placeholder. And maybe that's enough. I don't want to, I don't know. You know, I keep it ethical, right? So maybe, I don't know. The issue is though, if I have a public page, people might wishlist it, even though that's not the page that's going to be used. Although if at that point I have a public page, I should use that to funnel wishlist so that I can show publishers wishlist amounts. So I don't know. I can make a massive banner description to make it clear it's demo release. That's true, I could. And you know, to a certain extent, having even having this on Steam will probably get people to come over to the Twitch stream. I don't know. We're gonna make a different page. Well, from what I've seen is that for people who have demos, it's actually 2 app IDs. Where's a game with a demo? Where's a demo game? I need a game with a I just need one game with a demo. Yeah, Opie Succubus Academy, Sucky and Busty. That's exactly what I want. Athanasia. Does this have a demo? It does have a demo. I think this is a separate app ID, right? And you like link them? Ooh, that's not the right. That's a different game completely. Emperor Crusade demo. This is 3236770. Yeah, so how do you do that? Like, you have 2 IDs. You would have to pay the fee twice, right? To pay the $100 fee for an ID. And then you just link the demo? You don't have to pay the fee twice. Really? I thought you had to pay per ID. So if you wanted a demo, you would have had to pay the fee twice. You thought the same? Okay, so that's great then. Generate a demo, they'll give you a separate ID. It's good to know. Thank you guys for telling me that. Learn more about this demo. Do I do it? Do I put Cauldron Chronicles on Steam then? I will confer with my team on this one, because that's a decision we need to make as a group. But I would hate to be in the case where we make the first playable, we have it on Steam, and then for whatever reason we need to cancel it. You know, I just feel like I'd be letting people down. Does because I think once you have a Steam app ID, your game gets added to Twitch, right? So if you were to like change your category or something, does it get added? Yeah, it does. Look, yours is on Steam, or on Twitch, I mean. Is it also on YouTube then? Because I know Twitch just... You need to go to IGDP? What the fuck is IGDP? Oh, the IGDB. Oh. Do you have to plug in your Steam app ID into this? So you would have to make the page first and then plug the app ID in? Do you have to have a... What I'm asking is, like, do you have to have a... Well, I guess you don't, because not all games are on Steam. Let me put it this way. Is it possible, with you guys knowing what Cauldron Chronicles is, and that it's not available on, like, itch, it's not available on Steam yet, would I be able to get a page for it? Or probably not yet. Can. Okay, I will write down to do that then. We need a page. You need a Steam page, or do you just need... What do you need? Where's my... There it is. IGDB or Twitch category. Any page where you're selling the game. Well, there's enough contradicting information that I will at least look into it. Does this then also apply to YouTube? Like if I look up your game? Let me just... I don't know. I just need something to upload temporarily. Just a video. Go for it. Whatever this one is. Vampire. Oops. Vampire. It is on there. Which is quite interesting. Delete that. Interesting stuff. Very interesting. I will look into this. The next public build we'll have will for sure just be the not this. The potion combat. So ideally we'll have the enemies, dungeon, some enemy AI and stuff, and then we'll do a Steam build for that. Good to know though. Oh, November 27th. Hold on, let me look at my calendar. New old school RuneScape League's coming out November 27th. Well, that's terrible timing. Shit. If we no life the shit out of Stalker 2, how quickly do you think we can beat it? If we go full balls to the wall, Wednesday, like 12 hours of streaming, include Saturday, include Sunday. Not including deaths, yeah, that's true. I'm gonna fucking die a lot probably because I'm gonna ramp up the difficulty. What's the league called? It's called, what is it? What this should be called? Raging Echoes, Raging Boner. Raging Echoes League. I'll do at least 2 days of that. I'll get into this later, but I'm thinking of canceling Kickstarter reviews. We'll determine that at the end of October here because we still have this. I don't want to get into it. My experience, I went on IGDB and manually made banners for all the requirements and uploaded videos and screenshots and followed their guidelines. Waited 20 days and then reached out to the admins of IGDB and they approved it in 2 hours of contacting. Read up their system. Right now they're doing a system where their website users have something similar to Reddit karma points and people with more points get higher priority queues. Why does that seem kind of stupid for a system that is like the backbone of having your game be noticed on Twitch and I assume YouTube? Like, that seems really fucking dumb. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. I don't like bonus points for higher than expected. That's fine. This should be working. We still have some errors in alchemy table, of course. And other places too. Commission widget. This is old though, so we could just unhook things from here. Wouldn't be the biggest problem. Just pinged them and made a crying face emoji. That worked. That's fucking funny. Yeah, I'll look into it. Like it's nothing that we need to do immediately. We're still, you know, our game is at minimum 3 years away from releasing, so you know, but it'll be good to look into. At the very least, it would be good to have a Steam page. It depends on the game because the mods might also be selectively not adding some Steam pages. Maybe. Game has a better state than mine is in. Who cares about state? What matters is that the game gets made. And you know what? There's some games in pretty... I won't use the word shitty here because I'm not going to call your game shitty, but there are games in rough states that get a ton of interest and purchases. Whether or not... What the game's state is in has... I don't know. It isn't a perfect indicator of whether or not a game is going to be good or successful. This game is currently only... Yeah, this game is a prototype. I hesitate to even call this a game. It is a prototype of a game. We'll just do that for now. Doesn't need to be hooked up. That's old stuff for an old map. This just looks like a full open world as advertised. I mean, open world, what? A tiny little play area? With a desert and a forest. And a desert that just somehow connects to the forest. With a weird ring of rocks around it. Mine doesn't even have a texture. Yeah, but that's what at least that's what like a prototype or something should be. Is it should just be, you know, gray boxed. The only reason I did this is because I don't have enough money to pay for concept art, so I figured, well, I guess this kind of gives a rough representation of what the game should look like for players and publishers. It isn't proper, but it's something. Yeah, it works. That's really my only goal. Does it work? Yes, okay. Good. Does it look pretty? No, not really. Not a lot of the time. And that's okay. It's his penalty. Let's just upload the prototype to itch if it's just for the sake of letting players try. We could. Yes, we could. We do have an itch page, by the way. I don't think I have a command for it. I know I made it just so that we would have it. But it might not be public. Microraptor Games. No, it's not public yet. I will make it public. Can I log in? Let me see if my password's really long. Fingerprint does match. I'm using my finger. It does match. Jesus Christ. I'm like a criminal. My phone never recognizes my fingerprint. I've literally had problems at the government here in Poland giving my fingerprints because the reader doesn't read my fingers. What's my password? Okay, yeah, I can type that in manually. Microraptor Games. Password. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like boobies. Oop, that's a capital. Spoilers, there are capital letters in my password for... Oh, I think I typed it in wrong. Uh-oh. We don't recognize your login attempts. We've emailed you. Okay. Where? Oh, here it is. Log in. Okay. We are logged in. Some fingers are always covered in Diet Coke. I think it's because I literally think it's because I use a computer too much and my like pressing buttons and shit, it just like wears down on some of the outer skin. Are you a developer? No, I'm not. I'm not a developer. How do I make this public? Let me see my settings. Dashboard settings. Is there any revealing information here? I don't think so. Where do we do it? We have the URL, but I don't think you can get to it, can you? Oh, no, you can. Oh, it's because I put the space in there. Maybe itch.io wasn't liking the... No, it doesn't show it. Remember not to use Steamworks account on screen because you will end up showing your IRL name and IP. I mean, it's pretty easy to find my name on the internet. I don't hide that. I'm a game developer. If anything, I want people to know my name. For if they're like, oh, this guy makes good games, he does a good job, we want him to hire him for our team. So I think once you put out a game, you know, maybe it'll show up. But at the very least, if you want to know, it's microraptorgames.itch.io, and you can get to it. Just wish it was easier to find. Like, I wish you could search for it. It says you can search for creators, so I don't know why Microraptor Games doesn't appear. Maybe it's just because we don't have anything made yet. It's probably what it is. It's like once we make something that it'll say Cauldron Chronicles by Microraptor Games. Don't do a gate, please. Okay, has any tags? It's only for the commission, though. This actually wouldn't really be relevant, but it's fine. Want more privacy? I can understand that. For me, it's like I want people to find my name if they're in game dev, so that they can, you know, hire me. If they need to or reach out to me, add me on LinkedIn, whatever. I'm in the credits of games, and it's like, while my name's in the credits of games, it's not hard. I say I worked on Darkest Dungeon. I promise you, it'll take you 2 seconds to find my real name. I don't really care. The moment you've worked on a game publicly, it's pretty hard to hide your name at all. Don't call you Joey Chat. Yeah, that's my name. Like, if you look at the Darkest Dungeon credits, I'm gonna be right there. And any of the other games I worked on. Darkest Dungeon credits. There I am. Boom. Easy game. Okay, we have any erroring blueprints? No, we don't. It doesn't mean that we fixed up every case where effect types were happening, but hopefully it is working. That seems hard to remember the spelling of, so you're safe, yeah. Yeah, I'm on Discord too as Maestro Silvio, so it's like, okay, well, if you can find that. Or I mentioned Pitch Black Dungeon, it's like, okay, so you can link up the mod for Pitch Black Dungeon. Where is it? Here it is. Like, oh, made by Maestro Silvio. Oh, go to his account. What has he worked on? I don't know. According to Moby, this is the only credits you have. Probably a good thing they don't include the train game. Although I was the lead designer on that. Moby is missing a lot of shit, to be honest. I wish there was a better database for game credits. Because Moby's really not good, and then there's like, what else is there? There's nothing. You know, it would be cool if Steam, when you looked at a game, you could see there was like some section where you could view the credits, and then you could click on individual creators and see other games that they've worked on. I would like that. It's like, oh, the art in this game is really good. Where else has this art director worked at and worked on? When you say I've applied for I've used Moby, IMDb for games, that would be cool. Yeah, I actually do think that would be really awesome. And IMDb does have some games, but it's like it's a crapshoot whether or not it has the games that you're looking for, and then I don't know. It would just be nice if we could put developer names who want to be there at the forefront. So it's like, okay, this was the lead 3D artist or something for this game, and they were like, okay, you can follow them. Here's other games that they've been working on. I don't know, more ways to get developer names in the limelight is my goal. Everybody thinks I worked at Valve. Alright Games did voice work for Womb Music? What? Did you share a name with somebody? I don't know. Wait, I can't test it yet. I have to fix the potion needs database. Data table. Potion needs. PN Leaf 1. I could also update the effects table. So we have gameplay tags. I could do Cauldron Chronicles effect type positive. Oh, I need to put it just in the default. Okay. Add subtag. Neutral. Negative. Only credit is mine? That's weird. Yeah, Moby is... I think Moby either just scrapes or it's like Wikipedia, but like nobody goes on there and updates anything, so... I don't know. I doubt that it scrapes, but I bet it's just that people add it if they care enough to add it. And most people don't. I wonder if adding an effect type, though, would cause any problems to this. Positive. Positive. Disabilities neutral. We can always specifically specify, which I think is the better way to do it, but I'm just going to add these because why not? It shouldn't break anything. We'll see. Concussive Blast is negative. Immolation is pretty negative. Poison is negative. Chill is negative. Weakness, not great. Paralyze, also not great. Frenzy, pass. Silence, fear. Calm is more neutral than anything. Slow is negative. Cure Poison is positive. And Corruption is negative. Now it depends because we have effect responses. And so we can kind of get a good indication early on of what effects on a poison might be useful and not. So we can say bonus effect types for this would be anything that is kind of positively seen by the individual NPC, which would be fear, frenzy, slow, paralyze, concussive blast, immolation, chill, weakness, calm. Now I could just specify like negative effects, which I think would cover this. But aligning it with the effect responses is actually pretty useful in this case. Diseased. Oh yeah, but we can't cause disease. Fear, frenzy, immolation, paralyze, poison. Slow and weakness. Don't think I missed any. Now it looks good. And the penalty effect types would be anything that would specifically cause a problem, although in a lot of cases the penalty effect types would potentially cause like a bad outcome. In which case this is kind of just overridden, like it doesn't matter. Like if, you know, if you include cure poison on the poison, obviously that should be penalized, but it's also going to result in him dying, so it doesn't really matter. Invisibility is not really that great to have on there. Whatever he reacts to negatively. Oh yeah, like bulwark, health. Strength boost. So those could be penalized. And then what it should do is that it's going to go through each of the effects on the potion and say, hey, do any of the effects on each of the effects on the potion, or any of the tags that are on the potion effects line up with the bonuses or penalties, and in that case, then we apply the penalty based on the tier that was applied. And so some things, like you can see Aetherlight, Lightness, they're not on here, which means we don't do anything. We don't give a shit. They don't cause a problem. We can have a dialogue response if we want for it. That's handled down here. But for scoring, we just don't care. Doesn't matter. Nothing good, nothing bad. So let's make Spoon a potion. This is going to be the poison, and we'll throw on like one thing that would penalize and one thing that would give us a bonus. Let's try to do it that way. Poison 3, slow 2. Spoon feed him a potion, yeah, right? Poison 3. Slow 2, perfect. And then let's see if we can get like something positive on there that wouldn't be an issue maybe. Maybe strength boost 1, because that will be a problematic one. Or strength boost 1. A question, go for it. And then we'll put on something with warmth, because that will just be ignored. Yeah. It's a weird potion, but it'll work. Even thinking about his voxel base, do you think it's morally okay to use Minecraft as a design tool for layout? I mean, you're just using it like to prototype, right? Or like, what do you mean? You can use anything to prototype. I don't think there's any moral problem with that. Yeah, I don't think there's any problem with that. Minecraft is a voxel sandbox. It's like, go for it. Yeah, I don't think there's any issue with that then. Alright, let's see how this works. Could also move this up a bit too. Score main potion. Let's see, what would this potion end up being though? Shit, I don't remember what was in it. Fuck. Let's see. I want to manually calculate this potion just to be safe. Poison 3. Slow 2. Strength boost 1. Immolation 1 and warmth 1. He wants poison 1 and yeah, secondary. We'll worry about secondary. If it works for the main potion, it should work for the secondary potion. I need then the balance for it, but I don't have that. Shit. I can't remember how many points we apply to the commission balance. Ooh, I can pull it out here. I don't have all of it, but I have some of it. Okay, so poison is 2 tiers above what it needs to be, which means... What do we multiply that by? Main potion bonus effect base amount. I think then we would multiply that. That'd be 2 bonus points. Main potion required effects tier bonus, so it would be +4. The base number is 70. We would have 70 plus 4 from the slow. That would be bonus effect base amount. This would be +2. The strength boost is negative. That's a secondary, or no, that's a main potion penalty effect base amount. Is 2 times 1, so that's -2. Immolation is positive, so that's +1, and then warmth is ignored, so we should have 75 points by the end of it. And these are all just placeholder balances for the moment. But it should end up being 75. We can see the... Well, we output the base amount, don't we? Where do we set that, though? Thank you for copying that. That's weird. Resume down to here. Current not required effects are slow, strength boost, immolation, and warmth. And that's all correct. It does satisfy penalized effect array. That should end up being false, true, false, false. False, true, false, false. Beautiful. This should end up being true, false, true, false. Oh, I hooked it up to the I hooked it up to the penalty effect type, and that should be hooked up to the bonuses. Okay, well there's one mistake made. That problem is fixed. Unfortunately, I don't know which ingredients I just used to make that potion. Shit. Does anyone remember? Spider Stinger Ground was definitely on there. We used the Corrupted Toadstool regular. That gave us poison. And Pathfinder to an FPS bundle. No worries. It is what it is. I think we put fermented honey on. So mead, essentially. Something with strength boost 1. I think it was the wheat. Well, that'll work. And then something with warmth. Poison 3, slow 2, strength boost 1, warmth 1. This is fine too, actually. This is also fine. It's not as complex, but it'll still be fine. I'm going to screenshot this so we know what we put on there if we need to test it again. We don't have the immolation, which means that our resulting potion should score 73 points. The good thing is that the slow should still be rewarded. We have one reward and then one that's slow is rewarded, strength boost is penalized, and then warmth is just ignored. Yeah, we have the poison +4. Hold on, I had the wrong number. -2, and then this is ignored, so it'll actually be 74 points. Okay, and this should end up being, we only have 3 things to check here this time. I don't know why it doesn't show it. Yeah, and these should end up being penalized, false, true, false. Beautiful. And then it'll be true, false, false. Beautiful. And I assume that the scoring is still working properly, so I can just jump down to here. 74 points. Okay. So it appears to be working. I'll have to update the GDD with the new information, but we'll do that later. Secondary potions should also work the same way, so there isn't really anything to check there, as far as I know. We don't do any bonus, scoring for secondary potions. We could, but we don't. And this looks all hooked up correctly. Which means we would just want to go through these and set it up properly. Which we'll do right now, before we call it quits for today. Okay, PN Thief 2A. He wants the Frenzy Poison. He has a lot of main potion effect responses here. I wish I could move that to see right in the way. There we go. Okay, so bulwark is a positive response. Actually, bulwark is a positive response here, but only because he finds it funny. Do we really want to boost up the potion score just because he finds something funny? Yeah, Humble Bundle is really good for game assets. I get a lot of them from there too. Do I want to give bonuses to effects that Spoon finds funny, but that doesn't actually impact whether or not he survives/succeeds? I don't think so. I think we will only penalize and boost the ones that actively make sense for the outcome, rather than being a dialogue, you know, bit of lore. Corruption, fear, frenzy, immolation. Well, frenzy is already part of that, but it gets ignored anyway. Paralyze, poison, silence, weakness, and slow. Currently alerts 3D sculpting tutorial bundle. Yeah, I did see that. I don't really use tutorial bundles though, personally. I don't think there's a lot that you can learn about game design from a book. Here's the chapter on good design, and it would just be the words, it depends. Here's what's bad design. It depends. Depends on the game. Some games you don't want bugs, and then you go make Goat Simulator, and bugs are actually part of the experience. I guess you could teach that. I don't know. I don't know. Are they not videos? What? Which ones? The sculpt. I mean, the sculpting is different. Like, art stuff is different. Maybe there's use in tutorials, but I mean, like, specifically for game design, I don't know how much I could teach through a book. Too much of game design relies on feelings, possibilities. What does the market currently want? What is it actively raging against? You know, 5 years ago, if you worked with Sweet Baby Inc. and it was put in your credits, nobody would bat an eye. Nowadays, that's an issue. It doesn't really have to do with game design, but you get the point. Okay, what do we want to penalize? Bulwark, calm. He has a neutral response to most of these things. Invisibility he does not like, and that would make sense. What do you think of Sweet Baby? I think that they exist because developers want them. Simple as that. And pointing the finger at Sweet Baby Inc. is like, well, that's a symptom, but it's not the cause. The cause is that developers feel the necessity to hire companies that have active agendas. And again, you can make whatever game you want. If you want to make a game that is propaganda fest for whatever you believe in, do it. It's art, right? You can make that game. That doesn't mean people should play it, and it absolutely doesn't mean that people can't criticize it. I personally would not hire any consultation company that had an active agenda, political agenda on their main website. I don't believe in that. You're about the lead writer for Harry Potter series? I know of the guy who was like the creative lead who left Although I don't think he ever stated why he left, but it's pretty clear that I think he disagreed with some of the things that were going on. But I don't know about the lead writer. Look, if you want to make a game and shove your political agenda down people's throats, that's your right. You know, you can make that. Just don't get upset if people don't play it because of that. You are pretty much actively saying, well, I am putting this viewpoint of mine into this game. And then you're crying later, well, oh, why don't people play it? Why are they getting angry? Really? Are you retarded? Of course you know why they did it. Yeah, strength was probably not the greatest. We'll penalize restore health too. I'm pretty sure if you have calm on it though, it actively just fails the mission for him, so that's kind of redundant, but whatever. PN Thief 2B, this is his invisibility potion. Also, we need to set up penalized secondary effects. This is another potion. Poison, rather. He has a lot of negative responses here. The lead writer hadn't read the books before writing the series. Oh yeah, for the you mean for the Harry Potter TV series? I read about that, right? Were you saying the same thing, or do you mean the game? You do a better job than J.K. Rowling. Dude, people hate on J.K. I don't know why. I do not know why. Restore health. Fear. Hey, really, I'm gonna just jump in late, but I've set up calm to block the frenzy status. I think I did that too. And thank you for the follow, man. I had that in the effects database. Yeah, calm was canceling out fear and frenzy. There should be no way to get fear, frenzy, or in this case, there's no way to get calm coupled with fear and frenzy on a potion. So it's okay if you did that like behind the scenes. It's just more redundancy, which is okay in this case. But I do handle that at like the potion level, potion making level. Level 4 is attacking me everywhere with their new expansion pack. First in Discord and now here. Ooh, you're getting ads? You're actually giving us money by watching those ads. So better pay attention. Harry Potter Broom Broom Wand Zap is crap no matter if it's TV show or a book. Fair enough, to each their own. Diablo 4 ads are a joke. Diablo 4 is a joke. I wasn't a fan of the game. Put it that way. Real Laminator, I wanted to, if you're here, I wanted to ask you something. Because the way that hold on, let me load it up. I need to get my mind on this. The way that the tree works, right, is it waits for the restore health. But ideally what I'd like to run is the old, where is it? I'd like to run the old potion reaction check on it, where we feed it the potion data. So like all the effects that are hitting the tree, and then we check it against a set of requirements. So that's the goal. I don't know how to achieve that, but that way we can say, okay, the tree should not heal if poison is on the potion, right? Or that we can also perform there the tier check. So we also check tiers and we run it against a comparator. And then if we can get that set up, then we can make it so that the cute little animals get killed if you have any like immolation or poison or concussive blast on there. And then finally, the vines here that block the doorway should only react to immolation. So any other effects don't really matter, but they should burn down. Immolation at any tier. I think that's our goal, is to have that old comparison back. And I don't know if we can do it with anything that... I don't know how to set it up with gameplay tags, but there's the goal. And yeah, it's not like we don't need it to happen immediately, like today or tomorrow or anything, but just that is the goal with it. And we used to be able to set up the requirements using that old component. We could keep the component just to have the requirements if you want, but if there's a different way to handle it, go for it. I think this is just a structure for the requirements, so we can put that on anything. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, it's just this potion reaction requirement structure. So as long as we can throw that on a blueprint, we're good to go. Trying to use the power of boobs for you to click. Wait, really? On the Diablo 4 ads? There's boobs on there? What does it have to do with the new expansion? Okay, penalized effects. Chill. Cussive Blast, corruption. Frenzy, immolation. Paralyze we want. We do want paralyze. We don't want poison. We don't want silence. I hope I set that up, because if you give him silence, would he just not be able to speak? Let me check. Let me check with slow and weakness. Looking at that, I need to see how the reactions are set up, but it's probably possible through gameplay events. Yeah, we'll keep it kind of open on the discussion channel. And, you know, we have the function, so as long as we can pass through requirements and potion data, we can just output that boolean for whether or not it passes those requirements. I don't know. You're the expert here on that one. Did your music writer person start working on her stuff? No, I haven't contacted her yet. I need to have some money for that, and I don't have the money to do that. The cat picture? Oh, that's pretty cute. That's a cute kitty. Sleepy kitty. Beautiful coloring. Very thick tail. We like our kitties. Cat bed is on my desk. That sounds about right. I need to check the other NPC data for that. Story stages. Thief 1. Potion outcomes. Poison. Restore health. Bulwark. These are mostly on the main potion though. Only concussive blast or immolation. Concussive blast, immolation, and poison actually result in him dying. Interesting. weakness, warmth, chill, weakness. He doesn't actually have a response to silence, but I think we should. I'm just not going to include it for now. He does have a negative response to slow, so we will penalize slow. Frenzy. Yeah, everything else is neutral. Okay, that looks good then. Oh, Killian, I set up a, Wait, did I? Wait, what did I do? Oh, I added some additional gameplay tags to the effects to denote whether or not I consider them positive, neutral, or negative. I don't think I'm not using this at the moment, but if there are any places where we only check for the first tag, we just need to make sure to turn those into arrays. Which you probably already do. I think. I guess we'll see. If something bugs out, we'll see. Could buy a Euro jackpot lottery ticket. You can win 9 mil euro in Poland with that this week. Funding complete. Or I could lose money, which is probably the vast likelihood is I will have less money to develop with. I could do it though. I'm not gonna do it, but I could do it. Okay, the secondary effect desired is the that's the potion he wants to drink himself. So we need to penalize anything negative on there. Anything that wouldn't help him at all. So chill, not great. Corruption, poo-poo. Concussive blast will kill him, but we'll penalize it either way. You will be penalized in the afterlife. Fear, frenzy, immolation, paralyze, poison, slow, and weakness. Stop being irresponsible, don't throw some money at the casino gods. Well, here's the thing, casino and lottery are two different things. You know, going to like the casino and playing any game of pure chance, like roulette, that's about the same as the lottery. Playing a game of skill, like, you know, some Texas Hold'em or something. Because you can play Hold'em, and you're playing people, you're not playing the house. So anything where you play the house, you are at a disadvantage by default. Any game where you're playing other people, that's where you can actually make money, reliably. Poker's not a skill unless you're counting cards. Poker is a skill. You can get dealt really bad hands, but there's still an element of non-luck to it. The cards you're dealt and the cards that are turned over are luck. The other ones are not. Should I think of that? I mentioned we want to structure the tag names as Cauldron Chronicles effects positive. I have effect type, so I put them separately. Oh, effects positive. If it's okay, I put like Cauldron Chronicles dot effects, dot effect type, dot positive, neutral, or negative. Maybe paying a change right now, but if we do, then we can have characters have a blanket response to anything that is considered positive or negative. Take a look when you have the chance in the DT effects and just tell me if it's okay the way it's set up or if we need to change it. And if we need to change it, I don't know what it would require. I don't know what it would require right now. If you play the house, sure, but if you play people, if you play specifically like people in poker, then you are, you can give yourself advantage. Of course, you can get dealt really bad hands and essentially, you know, you have nothing to do with it, but you could bluff. It's not a complete disadvantage like roulette, right? Which is roulette, you have there's no skill to roulette, it is complete chance. You're playing the house, you are supposed to lose. Okay, Thief 2B is the invisibility potion that he wants for sneaking into the store, the general store. It'd be good to change it, but not hugely necessary right now. If we can get away with it in prototype, let's do it. Otherwise, we need to like make a note of things that we need to do for vertical slice. Although this would kind of happen after we review first playable, we go into vertical slice, we're like, okay, what is going to be different? And then we can start planning those things out properly. We'll see. Just let me know if it works or if I need to change it. If I need to change it, no big deal. We can refactor anything that needs to be refactored. Okay, bonus effect types for sneaking into a general store and stealing from it at nighttime. Palm is nice. Fortify stamina, sure. I'll bonus that. Invisibility, well, he wants invisibility, so this is just skipped, but I'll include it for whatever. Lightness, great. Makes him sneakier. Night vision, sure, good. Restore stamina. Silence, that's not that kind of silence. Nothing else. The longer we wait, the harder it'll be to change later, though. Well, for a vertical slice, what we'll be doing is... again, just... You can tell me... I can still be wrong with what I'm about to say. You know, we're going to be creating an entirely new project for vertical slice. So, from scratch. So, in that case, then we can kind of, like, do things the right way based on what we've learned. But if you mean that we might want to have this the way that you, you know, to have Cauldron Chronicles, dot effects, dot positive or negative or neutral, or first playable, you could still be right. Penalties for sneaking into a general store at night to rob it is being lit up. That's probably not great. Yeah, anything negative, chill, concussive blast, corruption, fear, frenzy. These are all redundant. Because we have him get caught or killed in these cases anyway. Paralyze, poison, slow. Whose strength boost could be a positive. Weakness. We're gonna find to leave it as it is in that case. Okay. We could always just take a look at what we would have to refactor, and if another point comes up where it's like we should have it that way, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Because we never know what might pile up. As to your question, True Nightmare Gaming, Killian there is the real Laminator is our designer, another designer specializing in combat. I say that because he can do anything he wants. If he wants to do other design, he can. But he is in love with the combat, and I am in love with him for that. Make everything hit for 999, yeah. Okay, secondary effects. This is the lightness and fortify stamina potion. No. Yes. No. Just lightness. Secondary effect types penalized. Anything negative. So pretty much actually the exact same things as the penalty effects for the main potion. Just duplicated. Yeah, I've never actually done combat design for any of the games I've made. I guess you could say I did combat design for my overhaul mod for Darkest Dungeon. And I guess I did combat design for that game, but it wasn't it wasn't at its core. So, you know, this is where the augmenting of my faults comes into play. I've done design professionally, so you're already doing better for me. I don't know. Design professionally is just, I don't know, it depends on what your team needs. Sometimes they need somebody who's really good at prototyping, sometimes they need people who are really proficient with documenting. So what kind of combat will it be? Potions. The potions you make are you use in combat. There will be no swords, shields, and bows. There might be spells, but only if you help a certain NPC. No melee. Nope, no melee. You are an alchemist. Okay, required effects. Well, that's for warrior. We don't care about that. It's just placeholder. PNC 4 is the fortify stamina. This is for the race. He wants fortify stamina. What would we bonus for that? I toss an explosive vial at melee range, but probably not a great idea. Exactly. I'll talk to you about that, Killian, but I want there to be an NPC, like a mage, that you can help out, and he'll teach you like a basic fireball spell or something. But of course, we can just reuse immolation for that, so... I think that'd be a really cool reward. Like, no, there's no magic in this game. Unless... Yeah, he could even teach you things that you can't do with potions. That could be cool. Easy to find a way out of making animations only need one to throw a potion. Hey, we have our challenges with this game. I'm not going to add in tons of animations in addition to that. Lazy dev is every dev. That's true, yeah. I mean, developers do try to find a way to cut corners. That'd be cool. Yeah, I think that's like cool. It's just like, oh, you know, this... Maybe, I was trying to think of like, maybe it's like an evil mage, or... He's not the most moral. So it's like, you can choose to help him. And he'll teach you something from it, but... And then, you know, that way then the player doesn't have like an essence bar for their mana on the screen, but once he teaches you that, now you have essence, and now you have a reason to actually make essence potions for yourself, because you actually do know some magic. But I don't want it to replace potions. I want potions to just be this big thing, and then your fireball or spell or whatever, just your one or two simple spells are help to augment your tool set. Spread corruption to learn dark magic. Ooh. Don't tempt me. Save it for the sequel. Cauldron Chronicles 2 Electric Boogaloo. If the publisher allows me to name the game like that, I'll probably just do it. Okay, PNC 4, what would help him? Aetherlight, we bonus. We can even pull up bonuses. He has a positive response to Aetherlight and Night Vision. Nothing else. Will bonus water breathing. And restore stamina. And bulwark. Expect my enemies, random animals, my friends, sometimes talking status. Expect my enemies. What do you mean? Can I have a potion that changes me into a knight so I can fight with a sword? It's a game about potions. You're an alchemist. You fight with potions. That's what the game's about. There are too many games do swords and shields. Overdone. You're a weak alchemist. This spoon for safekeeping. Spoon. We need to write a character that is actually serious for the prototype. Like one that's actually, you know, gives you some moral and ethical, really big challenges. Not Spoon, who's just like, oh yeah, fart, poop, turd, and then is a little bit racist. Need a voice? We'll see. We'll do voices after we finish up the writing, because otherwise it's just gonna be constant reworks on that. A potion that spawns a strong minion that fights for me with a sword. We might add a charm effect into the final game. I don't know. I think didn't we talk about charm, Killian, where I was a little worried that it would be too easy to like throw in every potion and just make somebody like you. I think we talked about that, but I'm not sure. Like from a gameplay perspective, it was great. From a narrative perspective, it was hell. If my memory serves, which it doesn't. My memory does not serve, but if it serves. Okay, penalty effect types. Would just be any of the normal stuff. Any damaging things. We did but didn't lock. Yeah, we haven't locked in anything. Truth potions, it's the same kind of thing where there are some effects that I fear would be. We need to have a narrative designer and just, I would say, you know, like, what are your thoughts on this? My personal feelings are that certain effects are great for gameplay, or they sound great, but that would add so much additional work or would be too much of an easy solution to all your problems. And I think charm was one of them. Or the luck potion. Luck was one of them too. Like luck we had it before the overhaul. And luck was just just throw luck on every single potion. I understand there'd be a lot that can go wrong, but if planned early, it should be possible to avoid issues. I mean, of course, we can do anything with anything. It's just the question is, which effect adds so much to the scope that is just not workable? If we really were to do any really broken potions, the ingredients would have to be really rare, hard to acquire. I agree. What if luck is unique can only exist if it's the only effect on the potion? Maybe, but then you have a potion making system which is less of a sandbox, and you start to add in specific rules that harm the sandbox nature of it. Are the effects unlimited on potions? If not, then you can't throw luck on all of them. You can only, right now you can only provide one main potion, but you can provide an infinite number of secondary potions. Slow. Weakness. That looks good. And secondary effect types penalized will be the same thing. And I'll fix up Mage 1 too, because why not? Yeah, I wrote down a couple in the database yesterday that I wanted to have. Fertilize effect, and these won't be in the prototype, potentially. And then one for like boosting your fishing skills or something. I don't know what we would do for that. We could also tie that into Druid Sense or something, so maybe that's not needed. But effects to boost your like open world activities would be good. Lazy way would be to use a cooldown. You could just have to find a narrative excuse for it. The narrative excuse though is troublesome. If you could throw luck or charm on every potion, it just feels too easy. It's like Felix Felicis in Harry Potter, right? It's like, well, why wouldn't people just have this all the time? It isn't that complex to brew. The ingredients are not that rare. It would 100% exist, and it would solve all the problems. if that makes sense. Okay, he wants restore essence and fortify health. What does he want? He wants to go visit a dungeon. He wants restore essence and fortify health to fight against some creatures in a dungeon. So bonus effects might be Aetherlight, Bulwark. Fortify Essence, Fortify Health, Fortify Stamina. Any of the duplicates here, by the way, are just ignored, so I put them there just to be... just for the redundancy, I guess. Invisibility would be good. Lightness for carrying out loot, night vision. They aren't magical creatures, so resist magic wouldn't really do anything. Restores. Strength booster. And penalty effect types. Chill, concussive blast, corruption, because he's meant to drink this potion himself, so obviously we don't want him to drink anything bad. Frenzy, immolation, paralyze, poison. Silence would be bad for him because he's a spellcaster. He's a mage. Slow and weakness. And we can duplicate these. Okay, that should work. That should be all fixed and updated. No longer will an effect that doesn't do anything potentially penalize you or give you a boost. They are now hand specified. And sometimes with handwritten responses based on those additional effects. Usually with them, actually. Oh, weewa. A lot of work. A lot of work. But it's looking good. The only thing we didn't fix up was Thief 6. There's not much to talk about, but I don't have time to do that today. We can take that tomorrow if we want. And then I'll think of something to do overnight. All these other bugs are fixed though. Good day, very successful day. Fixed like a bunch of bugs, especially in narrative, and fixed a few bugs in the open world and with the UI. There's one bug that I can't seem to track down where sometimes the hotbar stays open, and I don't know why. It's not made very well, I'll tell you that. I'd also like to make it for hotbar, setting up hotbar. Did you fix the candles? I haven't fixed the okay, I'll add the candles too. Fix the fucking candles. God, they're annoying. Setting up hotbar should allow for pressing num keys to add to hotbar. And I think that'll be pretty easy to do. But yeah, for some reason, this just stays open. I don't know why. But it's only sometimes. I don't know what it is. I added a debug sphere, Killian, by the way, to the potion throwing. I hope you don't mind. Just so we can see where we're hitting. Delete it. Why? You don't like your debug sphere? But I can see things. I think too that the correct me if I'm wrong, but will the potion throwing hit the collision box that is on the outside of the tree? Because we might want to have it ignore or use like a certain channel, but I don't know if we can do that. So watch, every time you commit, you'll delete the debug sphere, and every time I commit, I'll add the sphere back. And that's just going to keep continuing until the game releases. And whoever wins, whoever has the last commit, that's what's in the game. Ugh. Okay, I think I'm done for today. A good old 7 hours of fixing bugs. I'm happy though. Make the sphere slightly bigger every time. My god, you could have it read from... We could have it read from the revision number, so that automatically every time the revision number increases, we slightly increase the size of the debug sphere. And QA is just losing their minds, like, why? It just keeps getting bigger. And people are like, we didn't change it, look. Nobody's changing the debug sphere size. There's been no changes to that component. Love it. The QA will hate me. Alright. Guys, thank you so much for today. I'm gonna get going. I'm tired, but we did a lot of good fixes today. And tomorrow we can fix the fucking candles, set up the hotbar, and then finish off Thief 6. Oh. Alright guys. Thank you so much for all the love today. I'm going to see you tomorrow for more of this. Stay tuned. Check out our YouTube if you'd like to check up on all the old days of game dev. I don't think I have anything else to say. Monday, I will be gone. I have the day off. I have to go to Krakow. It's going to take the whole day. So there's no stream on Monday. Where's Monday? Oh, that was supposed to be Next Fest demos. It's fine. It is what it is. I think we can do Steam Next Fest on Wednesday in that case. It's not for 2 days, right? It's longer for that. It's like a week or two. Monday I can delete the debug sphere, exactly. Next week I'm in Spain. Oof. Well, hopefully it's fun though. I mean, hopefully it's a good vacation. Yeah, Monday I'm off. I might have some time. I might do half days because I have a friend in town on, I think it's starting Friday or tomorrow. But I'm going to talk to him and see. But I can always meet up with him on the weekend too. All right. Escape Factory is not funded. I hope it stays that way. Guys, I will see you tomorrow for more of this. Take care. Have a wonderful night. Stay warm. And if you're in Florida or anywhere around Florida or the Gulf, please stay safe. Don't watch the stream. Just stay safe and stay, I don't know, just stay safe. That's all I can say. Holy shit. I hope that the damage is not catastrophic. I hope to God that somehow the storm weakens right before it hits the Gulf of Florida. So take care and stay safe, guys. See you tomorrow. Cheers.